Good morning, everybody. Welcome to everyone here, and thank you for joining us today in our summit. I'm Vasudha Narasimhan, Vice President, CSR Fundraising and Corporate Relations of the Office of Institutional Advancement at IIT Madras. I request you all to please stand up for the Tamil Thai Vartha, followed by our national song, Vande Mataram.
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ சீதலாம் சஸ்யஷாமலாம் மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिनीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. Please be seated. Once again, a very warm welcome to all our guests to the Building India 2047 Technology for a Better Tomorrow Summit at IIT Madras. In this technology-driven world, as a leading institution, we at IIT Madras are completely aligned with the nation's vision for 2047 when India marks 100 years of its independence. Increasing industry-academia collaboration and collaborating for enhanced research and technology will not only create disruptive innovations, but accelerate large-scale social transformation for India in 2047. Corporate India needs to play a vital role in keeping this thrust to boost innovation and the startup ecosystem. We are very grateful to all our partners here who have walked us through this journey in the past few years and welcome new partners for creating innovative technologies for a better tomorrow. I will very quickly cover you through a brief deck on our progress, the progress that we have made in leveraging technology for social impact via CSR partnerships. Our national rankings, a testimony of all the initiatives at IIT Madras which result in continuously maintaining the leadership position year on year. The focus on academic research, which leads to translational and transformational research, creating multiple IPs and boosting innovation and the entrepreneurship ecosystem. An overview of CSR at IIT Madras over the years. We have cumulatively raised about 450 crores of funding till date with over 180 partners. Thank you to all the partners here who made this journey possible, and we look forward to co-creating further. Just a quick glance of the funding over the years, ever since the Act came in 2014, and how we have grown in leveraging technology for CSR. And the number of partners who've grown with us and are getting added to this. In terms of funding sizes, we work with an entire range of quantums, which can be seen from this chart, both in terms of amount of CSR donations as well as the number of donors. Briefly, the modes of CSR engagement that we have, which you can partner with us, include development of research and technology for long-term impact via centers of excellence or creating assets at the institute, or via research projects. The second pillar would be deployment of technology, which is using scalable solutions for larger benefit, including the BSc online program, which has met with tremendous success in the last few years. And the third pillar would be facilitation of equal access to education and skilling, including direct benefit to underprivileged, including scholarships for students. A very quick run-through of some examples of CSR-led centers of excellence in research. These are just some examples where our partners have worked with us in creating assets for tomorrow, which work on scientific research. A few more examples. Similarly, some examples of socially impactful, scalable CSR projects. There are many more in the list, but these are just a few noteworthy mentions. And facilitating equal access via scholarships. We have many partners who have helped students across the institute over the years with scholarships and access to education. Thank you once again for your partnership. We look forward to co-creating together and a fruitful session today. I would now hand over this session to my colleague Vibha Jain to take over the next part.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Vasudha, for setting up the context. The first session of the day, we would like to share recent updates on what is happening at IIT Madras in technology development in two extremely relevant areas, one being sustainability and energy, and other being medical technologies. We have put together two crisp sessions where the faculty members will share some snippets on the exciting work being done at IIT Madras. I would request Dr. Ashwin Mahalingam and Professor Satyanarayan Seshadri to take the stage for the presentations. Professor Ashwin Mahalingam is a faculty in the Department of Civil Engineering. He is the head of the School of Sustainability that was launched in 2023. He is an alumnus of IIT Madras and Stanford University. Professor Satyanarayan Seshadri is a faculty in the Department of Applied Mechanics. He leads the Energy Consortium at IIT Madras and is a leading authority in the field of energy and emissions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking to you about our newly created School of Sustainability, which I think will be very exciting and relevant to everyone here because there is clearly a large overlap between corporate social responsibility and sustainability, right? So I'll just take you through, this is a very new school as we started about 4 months ago. So we'll tell you a little bit about what we are, what we are doing. We also have a booth outside. So post this, if you'd like to have any discussions with us on potential projects and so on, we can certainly have a conversation through the day. I'm going to skip some of these slides to keep it to the point. At IIT Madras, we have a number of research centers that all work on sustainability. You've seen some of them in some of Vasudha's earlier slides. They were all funded through CSR funding. Some of these centers look at sustainability from the perspective of what we call the natural environment. So we look at things like water, clean air, soil, things like this. Some centers look at sustainability from the perspective of what we call the built environment. So materials, energy, buildings, these kinds of things. We also have centers on campus that look at sustainability from a social or a socio-technical perspective, because that is also important when you start looking at sustainability. So what we've tried to do through this newly created School of Sustainability is bring all of these centers together so that we can actually start synergizing between these centers and in an interdisciplinary manner take up larger grand challenges that we may not have been able to do earlier with just the expertise from one particular center, right? So in some sense, the School of Sustainability at IIT Madras is an integrating function. It's a platform that brings together sustainability expertise that is spread over all of our 18 departments at IIT and through a variety of centers at the moment. So by bringing this together, we have, our mission, of course, is to be the go-to place for sustainability, particularly in India, but also more broadly in the global south, which means if somebody thinks about sustainability, then IIT Madras School of Sustainability should be something that automatically comes to mind. But specifically, we want to do three things. One is consistent with IIT Madras's mission of teaching, training, capacity building. We want to see if we can teach sustainability in interesting ways, not only to our students within campus, but to working professionals as well as policymakers. And I'll tell you a little bit about the plans we have for that. Second, we want to sort of conduct integrated actionable research, but also we want to see if through the school we can make a tangible impact on practice and policy, which is to say we want to go beyond just teaching, doing research, publishing, but also have an impact on the ground. Very quickly, with regards to teaching, we have a broad plan of what we want to do, but there are just a couple of things that I thought might be of interest to this audience that I want to sort of highlight. Well, we were hoping to do this next month, but it might actually be a month later. The first sort of vertical there is we're trying to bring out a 4-week online continuing education sustainability refresher for people working in corporate India as well as for people working in government. So very simply, we're sort of looking at 4 modules spread over 4 weeks, looking at broadly the arguments around sustainability and climate change, ways in which we actually can measure sustainability, tools like life cycle assessment, things like that, as well as strategies that companies could potentially use to not only be more sustainable, but be more profitable while being sustainable, right? So this is a 1-month module that we're going to bring out very, very shortly. That will be followed a little later, possibly next year, by a summer school, which will actually be an in-person experience, trying to get corporate leaders here to campus to talk not only about sustainability and technology, but also sustainability and business strategy. So these will be typically 1 to 2 week in-house programs where people will come here, discussions, we'll bring in a lot of experts, things like that. And hopefully in about a year or so, we will expand this initial 1-month refresher to a 6-month professional certification program that anyone will be able to take. So these are some of the offerings that we have with regards to teaching. But what we'd also like to do, one is we hope that several of you and people in your organizations will take some of these courses, but we'd also like to see how perhaps through CSR funding we can make these courses broadly available to a category of people in India who may not necessarily be able to access them directly, right? So that's something that we can talk about later. With regards to research and the projects that we're doing, I'll just give you a very quick overview. The goal of the school is to bring about change in policy and practice, but we realize that to do that, we've got to do some amount of basic scientific research, use that science to develop technology, prove that that technology works, implement it on the ground, and with that be able to go and see if we can make a change in policy and practice, right? So this is sort of our theory of change. We've organized ourselves here at IIT Madras into 4 groups to look at sustainability. One group, and all of these groups bring together faculty from all across the institute, various departments. There's one group that focuses on building a variety of models, and these models are at various scales. I'll give you some example. But the point of building these models is to be able to predict the future and to be able to work backwards to help us understand what decisions we need to make today from a policy perspective, from a practice perspective, from a business perspective, so that we can move towards more sustainable futures and avoid the less sustainable ones, right? So there's a lot of modeling related work that's happening. There's another group of people essentially working on decarbonization, which is trying to reduce our carbon footprint across supply chains, value chains, manufacturing, energy, buildings, all these sort of sectors. There's a third group of people working on what we call human settlements, which could be campuses, townships, villages, cities, trying to see how we can make these urban agglomerations or human agglomerations as circular as possible, as sustainable as possible, minimize the amount of water, waste, energy, looking at ways in which we can improve mobility, things like this. And finally, the fourth and final thrust of the school is on behavioral change. Because we realize, despite being the Indian Institute of Technology, that all the technology in the world will not save us unless and until we fundamentally change the way we produce and consume things. And therefore, we really need to think about behavioral change at an individual level, at a corporate level, at a government level. We have a number of projects that are already ongoing. Again, we can talk more about it later, etc. But just to give you a quick overview, there are people building simulations both at industry scale as well as at urban scale. So what are cities like Chennai and Bangalore going to look like 15, 20 years from now? What implications will that have? What is the cement and steel industry going to look like 15, 20 years from now? What strategic decisions should they be taking today to move towards a greener future? Things like this. On the decarbonization side, we have, of course, something called the Energy Consortium. I'm not going to talk too much about it because in a couple of minutes, Professor Satya Seshadri will come up here and tell you a lot more. We have Professor Rajneesh, if you want to raise your hand, Rajneesh, and Satya are here for the Energy Consortium. I'm sure there are others as well, and you can talk to them in more detail. But also we have other centers. We have something called the Technologies for Low Carbon and Lean Construction Center, which focuses more on materials and trying to see how we can reduce the material footprint of what we do, particularly construction and buildings, which contribute quite a bit to global warming, climate change. We have Professor Manu Santanam. Manu, if you could just raise your hand. Manu is around. Again, if you want to look at more details, listen to more details, catch Manu. But there's lots of work happening on this, and we're trying to put energy materials together, for instance, to start looking at truly net zero buildings and what that would mean. We also have a lot of people working on this notion of net zero villages and net zero settlements. So one example is, for those of you who are from Chennai, you're familiar with the Coimbatore market, which is South Asia's largest wholesale fruit, vegetable and flower market. And if you go to Coimbatore, not only is it home to about 2,000 people, they have huge problems, as you would imagine, with regards to managing waste, managing water. There are all these trucks coming in and out, so there's mobility is an issue. So we're sort of we've put together an interdisciplinary team that's trying to sort of make Coimbatore net zero, which means addressing the water, waste, energy, mobility, building, all of these things sort of together. And the idea is, if we can do that, why can't we do it at the level of a village? Why can't we do it at the level of a master plan, right? So there are some projects going on there. We're also, in terms of some of these projects, as you can see, are really more implementation oriented, so they're not so much research. And to increase the amount of things that we can implement, we've sort of setting up what we call a venture studio, which again, some of you might be interested in, which is trying to take some of the technologies that we develop from a technology readiness level of 2 or 3 to a technology readiness level of about 7 or 8, so that they can actually be commercialized, right? So that's part of the activity that we're doing at the school as well. We run our own business plan competition, again trying to see if we can transfer technologies from lab to market. We have implementation partners. We, for instance, incubated an organization called Okapi that helps us implement things on the ground. Very good at doing things like focus group discussions, stakeholder workshops, to try to understand how our technologies would fit in. So we have a number of activities that we're doing with regards to implementation as well, that goes beyond what happens in the labs on campus. There are also projects that we're undertaking that are sort of in the middle of what we'd call human settlements and decarbonization. There's quite a lot of work happening on circularity, recycling, valorization, reuse, in a variety of domains: plastics, e-waste, aluminum waste, agri-waste, construction waste, you name it. There are people working on it. On the behavioral and policy side, several of you are familiar probably with the Indian government's mission, the Mission Life project. And because last year was the 75th, I guess the year before last, I keep thinking I'm in 2023, the year before last was the 75th anniversary of independence, they sort of selected 75 behavioral ideas that they thought would be able to change the way we look at sustainability in this country. And 3 of those were from IIT Madras. And so those are actual projects, behavioral change projects that we're implementing on our campus. All of these relate to waste management. We're also starting a series of policy dialogues where we bring in academics, of course we have, but entrepreneurs, people from corporate India, financiers, and most importantly, policymakers. These are very small groups, about 20, 30 people. We experts take an issue, and at the end of it, hopefully a white paper gets generated that can actually push policy forward. So we've done a few of these, but again, we're looking to see if there is any interest in doing a variety of policy dialogues to take what we all have in terms of research and practice, but push it into policy. And then, of course, there's a lot of cross-cutting work as well. We're looking at some new projects on climate change and health, and a variety of other ideas are coming up. But this is just to give you a little bit of a glimpse of the kind of interdisciplinary work that we do. In terms of engaging with us on this, there are multiple ways of doing this. One is to say, hey, there's an existing project that I see, that I like, can we contribute? Absolutely fine. The other is we have our own ideas that we can come in and share with you, and perhaps there's something there that you find interesting. You may have your own ideas that you can bring in, and we can see if we have the expertise now that we have the school that can draw people from different parts of the university, whether we can put in a cross-disciplinary team to address these. Or my favorite way of doing this is to start a conversation and over a period of time co-evolve a project that we can do that has impact on the ground, but also leverages the skills that we bring together at IIT Madras. So that's it. So we launched on October 7th. Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament, was our chief guest. We've been quite active in terms of doing a number of events, the number of interesting speakers. So we have this speaker series of a number of very interesting speakers from all around the world to come in and talk about what they've done. We work in close collaboration with several leading universities across the world. We've been relatively active in the media in terms of articles that we write and things like this. We have got about 150 faculty on campus who are affiliated with the School of Sustainability. There are 11 of us that are what we call associate faculty, which means we tend to take decisions that drive the school. And of course, we have a team of advisors, well-wishers. We also have, you'll see Charuta and Vishaka will probably be at the stall outside, so you can get to know them as well. So looking forward later today during lunch, whenever, to have a discussion with all of you on what advice you may have for us, because we're still very, very young and therefore there is enough scope for course correction. And also what we can do together, whether it's in terms of capacity building, convenings around policy, joint projects, whatever, we can talk about this. There are a variety of ways in which, beyond the specific topic of engagement that we'd like to engage with people, of course, we are looking to name the school and create an endowment that allows us to fund a lot of the research that we want to do. We're also instituting a membership program where people from corporate India can become members of the school and therefore have visibility in and partake on a bunch of activities that happen within the school. There are several centers that are part of the school, and that's another sort of way of engaging with us, is to either fund existing centers or create new centers that would address themes that we're not currently addressing. And finally, there are several over 100 individual projects that we're either executing or have proposals for that we could sort of jointly work on as well. So with that, thank you for your attention. And I look forward to speaking to more of you and to give you a little bit of a glimpse of one particular center within the school and what it does. I'm going to ask my colleague, Professor Satya Sheshadri, to talk a bit more about the energy work that we're doing.
Thank you, Ashwin. I think you set up the stage quite well. So I'll talk a little bit more about the energy consortium itself. The consortium, as the word means, it's a collection of people who had come together to work towards a common objective. And in this case, the common objective is how do you enable transition to a low carbon future. So this came out of a research initiatives program about 4 years ago at the institute, where multiple people came together. That was the first interdisciplinary effect in which multiple faculty came together to set up technology centers of excellence. And what we realized is there were at least 7 centers that could come together and actually address multiple parts of the same problem, which is how do we move away from a fossil dependent economy. So that's how the consortium was born, and now you see the consortium has these nice 6 focus areas, or hubs as we call, focused on each and every element of the transition, including substitution for fuels, implementation of more renewable energy, making your grid resilient, making your energy system resilient, the first fuel of choice, energy efficiency, and of course, once you have the carbon out there, how do you get rid of it or how do you handle it, which is your CCUS. And we know that this is something that we cannot do alone. It has to be done in partnership with a lot of people. So that's how we started out with this program of industry members, and industry members by way of putting their skin in the game. So they were paid members to the consortium. We called them the founding members primarily to understand how the industry views this, because as a faculty, we are used to developing solutions in technology and IP, publishing and then getting on to the next problem. But with a focus on implementation and translation, this industry body was created. And we were very heartened to see there was interest from a wide spectrum, from the generators of energy, companies like Shell, Chevron, CPCL, NLC, to consumers of energy like Infosys, FL Smith, and then in between the OEMs that enable this transition, like people like Technip or Baker Hughes or Aditya Birla. So that kind of gives a perspective of every member that has to be involved in this transition. And one of our core vision and focus in this case was to see, can we become a one-stop solution for, or a one-stop center for the industry to lower its GHG emission? And in that sense, develop technology sandboxes that will help de-risk R&D. So one of the core element is, there is lots of technology available, but how do you de-risk them? And then in the process, can we make the next startup ecosystem that comes out of this country to be the climate tech startup ecosystem? So that's the overall core faculty affiliated with the consortium. Some of them work on anchoring a few of these hubs. Professor Rajneesh, as you saw here, he works on the CCUS, and we have pretty much the gravitas, as you would call, in all the domains, and we are affiliated with quite a bit of very productive faculty who is trying to push the envelope forward. Now, why is all this important? I'll just give you a perspective on what's happening in this net zero transition and what are the critical technology elements. While we talk about a single item like say hydrogen or carbon capture or energy storage, but for a sector or an industry to decarbonize itself, there are many more such enabling requirements. So if you imagine an UPI like stack that enabled this financial freedom that we have, it had multiple segments that came through. So you had the computerization of accounting and as bank transfers and all. And eventually all of that started talking together. In a climate tech space, you could imagine the same kind of scenarios to be played out, albeit with a bit of technology focus. Of course, the School of Sustainability brings in the more essential elements on engaging with the community, engaging with the stakeholders to make sure policies and frameworks are there. But even technology itself, what do we see as challenges and what do we see as to be able to develop so that we are in a step ahead of what is required for this whole thing to happen. And this is our own kind of a critical technology map. If we want to address this challenge, it has to be there. The 23-24 range that you see, a lot of us are talking about that already, the electrification, green hydrogen, high temperature heat pump, lithium ion batteries, so on and so forth, but so much more. And the objective of the consortium is to see how we can enable this. To do that, at the consortium itself, we have a bunch of research thrusts. Many of them, the ones that you see in green, are where we had matured it reasonably well. We have done industrial implementation, we have done some kind of pilot, but then there is a lot more that needs to be matured faster. And to do this faster is where we look at partnerships. CSR grants has been a great way. We have now the hydrogen microgrid. There is a stall outside. We've had the energy microgrids. The energy consortium stall is also there in one of the exhibition halls. But there is a focus that is required. There is a focused effort that is required, and a bit of a freed up grant capital that is required for us to experiment really fast. I mean, of course, there is a grant cycle that comes from the government, but these things need to be matured faster in a very agile way, and that's where the contribution towards R&D has a fairly significant multiplier effect here. To give you an example, as you said, I will just go through 3 of these hubs. The Hydrogen Valley, which was recently announced in the Global Investors Meet, where IIT Madras is setting up a hydrogen resource hub with support from Hyundai in our Discovery campus. And this is going to enable the ecosystem to develop, because hydrogen as a technology has many elements and there has to be many players, and there has to be OEMs that are being developed to support to this ecosystem. The intention of this ecosystem is to enable that by setting up these fabrication lines, a resource center and a pilot plant. The other element of it is the carbon capture, utilization and storage. We hear about this a lot, we talk about this a lot, but what it means for each one of you, here at IITM, what we did was build up a demonstrator plant. So essentially, if you want to understand what carbon capture means to you, this is a mobile containerized solution where it can kind of give you an indication with a 10 kg per hour capture facility and understand what carbon capture means to you. But it also allows our researchers to say, is the material that we are currently using sustainable, circular, and ad infinitum recyclable? If not, what are the alternatives? So this particular plant is, again, designed, as I said, sandboxes for enabling transition, making R&D quicker, Our CCUS group consisting of more than 13 faculty members working on every aspect of it. As I said, CCUS, this is only the first part, carbon capture. There is still a lot more to go in terms of utilization, sequestration, and so on and so forth. This is on a point capture when you have industries where specific high concentration CO2 coming from your stack pipes. But when you have something much lower, there is also a solution which is now almost pilot done and ready to be commercialized, which is on direct air capture. So some of these facilities are around campus. Now we are trying to see how we will work with the industry to scale up these solutions. So that is on two specific examples, but much more broadly, if you look at it, what used to happen is we had a lot of solutions being developed up until a prototype stage and then waits for commercialization. So to give you an example, there was all of these, which is now part of our microgrid that we are setting up on campus, had the elements of making a resilient, sustainable grid. And individually, each of these solutions could also be implemented for a community, for a township, for a city, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, they all come together to form a resiliency of the grid. And these are all critical elements of technology that is required for making your grid more renewable energy enhanced, and also towards trying to reduce the dependence on fossil fueled energy solutions. The second thing that I want to talk about, which was again supported through a CSR project, which has been very successful for us, is on the one hand, we talk about supply. On the other hand, we also talk about eliminating CO2, but the biggest opportunity that is here and now is efficiency. So we set up the Kotak IITM Save Energy Mission about 2 years ago with CSR support from Kotak Mahindra Bank. These are 7 centers which help MSME manufacturing sector do their detailed emission efficiency and carbon assessment and help them implement solutions. We have, as I listed here, we have centers across the country. IIT Madras is the hub center and the spokes. And these centers, by virtue of these locations, have now started developing deep expertise in each of those sector-specific domains. For example, you can see our Gujarat center has a lot of expertise in ceramic and cold storages, whereas our center in IIT Madras has significant exposure to engineering goods and textile. So this collective activity now allows us to build a database of MSME opportunities for decarbonization, with the intention that we would like to implement here and now solutions for them to cut down the energy requirement and also improve their carbon footprint. So far we have done close to almost 130 assessments. Now this number is increased to about 100 crores of recommendations and more than 20 crores. Our objective now is to see how do I push the implementation. So overall, that kind of gave you the kind of centers that we are working with within the consortium. But what are the things that we are doing for the future? So as I said, the consortium works on a membership model where we had multiple industry members contribute. Bulk of the funding now goes towards moonshots. When I say moonshots, these are critical technology from my net zero map that I showed and said, what do we do about it? So our faculty came and said, we will work on it. We have science validated. Now we will do a little bit more to do the scale up and start working on technology validation, and that's the moonshot. And these are 2 tracks that we do: high risk, high reward, like looking at can you make ammonia completely green at 1/4 the energy burden as it is currently being done right now, or what do you do with captured CO2? And then we also have potential, high potential faculty who have joined the institute early career working on these critical areas. Now how do we enable them to accelerate? So these are very focused 12 to 18 month project with a deliverable which is mostly an IP, but then also potential to create a startup. And in addition to do that, we also took up on last year, one of the container that you see is a mission mode project that we did, which is a capstone as a demonstrator. And then we, given the expertise that has been built into the consortium, we are also looking at providing consultancy and working very, very closely with the stakeholders to see how do we map out an opportunity for them to go through the net zero journey. I'm proud to say we are part of a couple of alliances, which includes the Green Fuel Alliance and then the InnoWind or the Offshore Wind Alliance, standards of green hydrogen, and also on the National Energy Committee for the energy transitions. Now, why do we do this? Because broadly, we need to do this as if you don't do anything right now, we have no way of achieving the net zero goals even by 2070. So the 4 pathways that we look at are reduce, reuse, replace, and recycle. And from a hierarchy of net zero, how does this work? So you can see here, the first and most obvious thing is better use of renewable energy. but then you also go down in this pathway, and in each of these items, our objective is to see how do we seed projects, how do we identify people who are working on it, and how do we enable scale up. Before we can do all of these, one of the core objective for us is, as Ashwin mentioned before, scenario modeling. Now, what do I tackle? If I have green hydrogen, who should I give it to? If I were to give some incentives for CCUS, how do I handle? We are starting to build a ground up modeling capability that allows industries to say, what is the most optimum way of using the capital that I have to get the best return on carbon investment, if I say the levelized cost of carbon investment. And we have been able to do that with the sustainability reports that are being published out. The model predicts reasonably well, but in the process of enhancing. One example is the cement that we did to say, what is the CO2 intensity of cement? And these are all from published reports, sustainability reports. Now, what we are also trying to match up is the fundamental science-based model and the reports. And if they don't match up, it becomes very obvious for me, because you get observed values on efficiency and so on. So that it goes back and allows us to check the fundamental veracity of those solutions and models. The emerging area that we are working on, we heavily focus on E, the E part of the ESG, which is environment. And even in environment, we focus on energy, because that's the biggest contributor to all of these. But what we are also understanding is the evolving landscape of regulatory requirements on ESG and what it means to MSME. This is primarily because since we work a lot with MSME, we want to understand how to enable them to comply. So we are in the process of developing this ESG mapping at the School of Sustainability, and we do have a workshop that we are planning to do in the end of March in Bombay, primarily involving the top 250 stakeholders in the ESG landscape to understand how and what way an academic institution like ours can enable them. So, of course, recent highlights, we did have the Alliance launched at GIM and also the MOU. The center itself, as I said, evolved. We really want to be one of the best in class in all of the areas of energy transition. To do that, we are kind of setting up Energy Center, as I said, which is coming up in our Discovery Campus. We are looking for partners to build this into a collaborative sandbox that allows all of us to work together. And some of the projects that we are really looking to put out, we have a booth outside in the exhibition hall, would be happy to chat about areas listed in my net zero hierarchy, looking at better energy use, enhancing RE and removing carbon. And the last I will leave it here is scalable venture models, how we are trying to look at, as we generate IP, we cannot leave it there. We also need to enable the IP to find its natural commercial destiny. So for that, we are setting up this venture studio where we look at science to startups. We have already onboarded about 4 ideas onto this platform, are really looking to scale so that the next set of climate startups starts coming out of IIT Madras and the IIT or the Indian ecosystem in general. Thank you very much for the time, and be happy to take any conversations outside, but I think I'm on time.
Thank you so much, Professor Ashwin and Professor Sheshadri, for the insightful presentation. Moving to the next part on medical technologies and engineering, I would request Professor Bobby George and Professor S. Mahalingam to take on the stage for the presentation. Professor Bobby George and Professor Mahalingam, yeah. Professor S. Mahalingam is a professor in the Department of Biotechnology. His expertise spans across molecular pathogens and cancer biology. He has been working extensively upon cancer genomics, focusing on the Indian subcontinent. Professor George is the head of the newly founded Department of Medical Sciences and Technology. He has been a faculty in electrical engineering, has been an alumnus of IIT Madras.
Very good morning. I'm Bobby George from the Department of Medical Sciences and Technology. Health is wealth. Or, I mean, we know from school days, but how many of us give enough weightage for that? So, Institute has started a new department. It's a baby department. Started 6 months, few months back in the month of May 2023. So today, I will give a brief about the department, what we are aiming to do and some of the activities. So our vision is to develop a world-class research environment and education in medical sciences and technology to produce well-trained physicians, scientists, and technologists. I'll go into the details soon. So with this vision, we have announced the department on 11th May 2023. Lakshmi Narayanan, who is a co-founder of Cognizant Technologies, he was very kind to give the support in the form of a seed grant, and Professor Kamkodi and Professor Arkake, who has been dreaming of such a department for several years, are in the picture. Of course, IIT Madras is known for engineering or technology. There are also several departments already doing very well in health. But this is a very focused effort in terms of, education and research. So we have 6 engineering faculty in the department, obvious. But what is not, very common is we have 10 medical doctors, well-established doctors. They are serving as professor of practice. So they teach, they also do research with us. And of course, we don't have a hospital to, do our research. But what we have done smartly is, actually 7 hospitals nearby were very kind enough to have MOUs with us, enabling, research and teaching, sharing their lab and so on. Now you may be thinking, what is Bobby planning to do? What is the? So I'll give an example. This may be familiar to you, an MRI machine. Let's say you want to employ a set of people to develop this. This is already there, but let's say you may employ some mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, someone who knows magnetics, electronics, and some doctors to give feedback how to do this, etc. Right? Good. But in the team, if there is somebody who can understand both the engineering aspect and at the same time the physiology, anatomy, all that, then he or she will be able to contribute much more. So that's something that we are aiming to, train people who can understand both the medical aspects and the engineering aspect. So we hope they will become the next generation leaders in this area. Now, this is our thinking, is that how far it's true. So actually we were working with, for example, Professor Stefan. He's a PhD in control system, electrical engineering. He's also a practicing medical doctor. So we were lucky. Then next, Professor Venkat. He actually did BTech in electrical engineering here. Later he studied and now he's a neurosurgeon in the US. So we got very good, hands to guide us. This is what we want to do. They were not formally, we are trying to, systematically generate such people. That's what we are trying to do in the department. So on those lines, we have a BS program, which we call it as medical science, BS in medical sciences and engineering. There, as I mentioned, the student will study the medical related courses and engineering related courses. So finally, he or she will have an engineer's view of the human body. There are mathematics models and so on. So that's a new thing that we are doing. And this program actually, there are other programs, biomedical engineering and so on. But a program where almost 50% of the focus is on medical and 50% is on the engineering, this is not there elsewhere. So that also attracted a lot of groups from the abroad to contact us, and then that collaborations are going on. Just to give a brief about how lucky we were. So we announced this program last year, May. yeah, you can see Professor Kama teaching. So in the BS program, he taught one course. This is in fact the first class of the BS program. So we had 30 seats for this program. And from the ISER aptitude test, where more than 1 lakh people write, smart students were able to, identify this is something good, and many of them joined. I mean, out of the 30 students, 25 of them are less than 100 rank. We were so lucky with the, bright students picking this course. And one semester is over, now the second semester is going on. Of course, in the program, in the first 2 years, they do fundamentals. And then there are opportunity to specialize in, for example, device development, AI or ML in medicine, medical imaging, pharmacology, and so on. So this is about a BS program. At the same time, in the department, we are also forming research centers. So one of the key research centers that we are forming is the organoid research center. Just to give a brief, there is a diagram at the corner, a mouse and a human. So if drug testing, testing, etc. Initially, we might have read somewhere. We try with the mouse, but mouse is not me. I'm more close to maybe monkey, right? So even then, I am one, and then Professor Mahalingam is somebody else. So even there is a need for personalized medicine. How do you test those things? How do you develop drugs in such precision? So if you have actually live cells in the lab, if you can, imitate or mimic some of the functions of the organ already, then you may be able to do that. So that's one of the effort that we are doing. One professor recently joined, Dr. Anupama from Baylor College, USA. She is leading this effort. Other than that, for the BS program, we also need specialized labs. For example, cadaver labs are not easy to access, but at the same time, we want the students to get that idea, clear idea of the anatomy, physiology, and all that. So we are setting up labs that helps that. And of course, we are using AR and VR technology-based labs also to enable this. Another research aspect, of course, may be sad. Many of us had medicine for the diabetes today morning. So unfortunately, that's the situation. So Emory University at the USA is one of the leading research center for diabetes in, and this is actually a picture that I've taken from their own website. So as we know, South India is unfortunately known for this. So they are doing quite a lot of work. So we thought this could be one of the topics that we could focus, because this is from here. We should be able to do, much more probably translational research. So we are working with them, formed a focus research center on this, and our alumnus Shankar is supporting us this activity. Another faculty who will join soon, Dr. Pratibha. She is an expert in fetal ultrasound. She wanted to expand that into, in general, women's health. So how do you predict health of the baby in the womb? How do you use latest technologies, data analytics, artificial intelligence, etc., to support this and scale that activity in the future? Just another small example. So I said we have many professor of practice in the group. So one of the doctors is Dr. Rajan Ravichandran. So he's a well-known nephrologist. So I was talking to him one day. So he said, Bobby, salt is a poison. Is it? I had thrice already today. So I'm poisoning continuously. Yeah. Although we were aware of it, that intensity, when it comes from who has treated thousands of people, that makes a huge difference. Okay, I cut down that. From that day onwards. Why to have kidney problem due to this? Even such a simple aspect, it's difficult to, get into our mind. Some of us are anyway gone case. But at least our future generation should be aware of such things. Correct? So we are thinking to have a health messenger. We have a vehicle now. So we wanted to go to, let's say, every village of Tamil Nadu and tell them, not just about the salt, also sugar, we know. And of course, although we are aware of the need for screening and its impact, etc., it's still not, until you are affected, we always feel that, I am beyond all this. But that's not the truth, correct? So we wanted to have a messenger like this, go to every panchayat of, Tamil Nadu to start with, and inform them. Now, if I go and say, who will listen, right? So what we are thinking is, maybe someone who is more influential or who can, let's say we get Rajinikanth, have an interview with Rajan Ravichandran, who is a well-known nephrologist. That makes a difference. That may register in the mind. We will also go to the schools, tell them this is what it is. So probably the kids will register that, even they may change the, thinking of the parents. So finally we want a healthy society. Right? Yeah, thank you. If there are any questions, etc., we can discuss after the meeting.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Bobby, for setting a stage for me and explaining how important the healthcare is. But for the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about the other side of the coin. Like particularly, I'm going to talk about the cancer. What is the situation we are and what we have to do to increase the survival or early detection of the cancer patients. So I'm Mahalingam, working in the Department of Biotechnology. We have created the Center for Cancer Genomics and Molecular Therapeutics a couple of years ago with the funding from Government of India and IIT Madras. Without wasting much time, I'll directly go into the subject. So here is cancer, and you know what is the problem the society as a whole is going through. And if you look at this diagram, you can see the incidence and mortality. And the breast cancer is number one when you talk about the women. And if you put together and both gender, the lung comes first. And particularly if you look at the arrow, some of the cancer, you don't see it in the top 10, incident rate. But when you look at the mortality, you see it within the top 5 or 10. Why it is? The question comes whether these tumors are aggressive, or we don't have right treatment, or we don't have a right marker to detect these tumors at early stage, or we don't have a marker to monitor the treatment, how the patient is responding to a particular treatment. And what is in practice today? If you look at here, basically you have surgery or chemo or immunotherapy. That's the major treatment. But if you look at the chemotherapy, it's one fit all. For example, if you take 10 breast cancer people, or liver cancer, or lung cancer, it's a trial and error method. That's what current practice is going. So you give the same medicine, same drug to all 10, 5 may be responding, other 5 not responding. The question is why? and why you are giving the particular medicine, and what we know or what we should know to get a better effect of the medicine to a particular cancer the people diagnosed with the tumor. So when you give one medicine fit for all, you see all kind of effects. Some responding, some they don't respond, some they have a very bad side effect. So how to overcome? And what we need to overcome this problem? To have a better disease-free survival, or detect early to have early intervention. How to stratify and what we required. So keeping that in mind, 5 years back, we started the India's first community-based national cancer tissue biorepository with the funding from DST, that's the Science and Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, and IIT Madras, the Department of Biotechnology, IIT Madras. There, we collaborate with different hospitals in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Pondicherry, and Karnataka, and Mizoram. Because we had to collect the tumor samples from different ethnic groups. Then only we can able to see what is really happening to the population level. So the reason we don't have a very good success rate for most of the tumor, not all the tumor, most of the tumor, because we don't know the intricacy of the changes what is happening to the cancer patients. So to know that, we need to have a tissue. So that means you have to collect the tissue in a proper way, not just collecting the tissue. So what we developed a unique method in collaboration with the different hospital. Unique method means, we looked around different biobanks in US and Europe, and what are the methods they follow, and we adapted a new protocol here. So that way we can able to preserve this genome in a better way than what other banks are doing in all over the world. So particularly if you look at here, we appoint people and they work with the surgeon in the hospital, because you cannot rely on the surgeon. Surgeon's main aim is to take care of the patient, not giving the tissue to the biobank to do research. So we put people each and every clinic where we are collaborating with that, and they work with the surgeon, they collect the tissue in a particular manner. So you can able to preserve. So these tissue, using this tissue, we are trying to understand or trying to develop a genomic database for Indian population. That will help you to identify what is the specific changes is happening. So you may ask the question, why you want to do it for Indian population? Because we are different than Western countries. Just to give you an example, if you look at a pediatric neuroblastoma, or any tumor you take it, you have a more than 70% success rate in US or the Western countries. Whereas the same medicine, if you give it Indian, you get hardly 10 to 15%. The question is why? Because that medicine or that drug is developed against a particular population there, not for you. That means you have to know what is really happening in your genome. For that, you have to do the genomic sequences. You have to develop a database for our own population, for different tumors, and see what is really happening. Then only you can able to have a better treatment that will eventually give better disease-free survival. So what we do in the tissue, whatever we collect from different hospitals, we do different kind of genomic sequences, like whole genome sequence, just to sequence everything whatever in the genome of particular individual. That will give you only what is really happening in the genome level, not all the information. So you have to have a holistic view. So we also look at expression of all the genes using a transcriptomics. And we also look at what kind of modification is happening in the genome. We also look at what kind of modification happening at the protein level, at the population level. So we put together all these genomic information with the patient information. That means we collect what kind of drug is given to the patient, how they are responding, how long they are responding, what kind of side effect they have, everything we put together and try to identify what may be the marker present in a particular individual and how it is responding to the treatment. So that is one aspect. We look at the genome level. And if you look at the other aspect, other side of the coin for the cancer treatment, you need to have a model. Right now we have different models like animal models. But animal model is not going to recapitulate what's really happening into the human system. And people also trying to use a XPD model. That means they take the tumor tissue, put it, implant into the animals, and they see how the tumor is behaving. But the immune system is totally different than the human. The tumor is not going to behave, or the cancer is not going to behave the same way like what you see it in the human. So here what we are trying to do, we are trying to develop an organoid model. That means we collect the tissue. From the tissue, we take the cells without any modification. We are trying to grow it outside. And these call it as a tumor organoids. This can help you to screen the different drugs for an individual patient. So that means whatever the drug, for example, you take a breast cancer or you take a liver cancer, you develop organoid, you give it drugs, different drugs, whatever is available in the market, and see which drug is going to work for a particular individual. So then you can suggest to the clinician, okay, you give this drug. You may not have a side effect. Or some situation, none of the drug, whatever is available in the market, it may not even work for a particular individual. So then use the genomics. What is really happening to the patient? What pathway is deregulated? Then you can try to develop a new drug particularly for a particular individual. That's called personalized medicine. That's what we are trying to do. The picture down, you see that is the human organoid for pancreatic cancer. Other aspect what we are looking on, the liquid biopsy. So now anything you want to do the diagnostic, you have to do the invasive method. Like a biopsy, you have to do the needle biopsy or you have to do the surgery to understand what is really happening. But what we are trying at IIT Madras, we are trying to develop a marker using a liquid biopsy. So we take a blood. Since we are going to develop the genomic database, and we know from the database what kind of modification, what kind of changes is happening in a genome. So you take a blood, take a blood cells, and see whether whatever the changes, you see it in the tumor, whether you can able to see it. The blood, because some of the DNA from the tumor cell, it will be floating in the blood. So you don't need to go for invasive. You can do it non-invasive. But for that, you need to know the genomics of that. So we are trying to develop marker for breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, and liver cancer, and oral cancer for this. So when you have all kind of information, genomics, proteomics, and develop the database against that, now a patient comes, you can look at the genomics, you can see how the tumor is behaving based on the organoids, you can try to precisely map what maybe the drug is work better for a given individual. That is the overall aim we are looking for. And this we cannot do it in isolation. We are working with different people, different researcher, biomedical researcher, cancer researcher within IIT, and bioinformatician. We work with some of the best minds in cancer biology in UK and Israel. Plus, we collaborate with many hospitals, as I said in the beginning, like Dr. Ramanan Rila, Dr. Biswajit from Jipmer Pondicherry. He is the head of the Department of Medical Oncology at Pondicherry, and some of the surgeons to achieve this. Thank you. And we have a stall outside if on the biobank. Then anytime you want to discuss about this project, I'll be happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, professors, for the insightful presentation. We next move into what promises to be an interesting discussion where we invite some charismatic business leaders to share their valuable insights on the role corporate leaders need to play towards building India 2047. We believe heralding partnership with academia is a leadership and board agenda, and have hence envisaged this panel will deliberate on the challenges and opportunities they face. I would request Mr. Kaviraj to CEO, Office of Institutional Advancement, to welcome our panelists with flowers. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm inviting them by alphabetical order of first name to take their seats on the stage. Mr. Avnish Sabharwal, Managing Director, Accenture. Mr. Ganapati Ramachandran, Chairman, Trigen Technologies. Mr. Manoj Raghavan, MD and CEO, Tata Elxsi. Mr. Naveen Unni, Managing Partner, TVS Capital Funds. Mr. Ganapati Ramachandran, Chairman, Trigen Technologies. Mr. Ramkumar Ramamurthy, Partner, Catalinks. Mr. Srivats Ram, Managing Director, Wheels India. Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Group President and CEO, Tractors and Farm Equipments Limited. Mr. Vijay Krishnan Venkatesan, Managing Director, Kennametal. I am also pleased to invite our moderator for the round table, Mr. Prashant Nair, Deputy Executive Editor. Mr. Prashant Nair is a Deputy Executive Editor at CNBC TV 18. He has been covering and reporting on India's leading companies for nearly the last 15 years and is regarded as one of the most astute commentators on financial markets. He has covered global summits like the World Economic Forum in Davos for several years. Before joining CNBC TV 18, Prashant was an executive editor with NDTV. So over to you, the panelists, please.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Is it the mic? Is the mic on? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here amongst all of you. My name is Prashant Nair. I work with CNBC TV 18, and usually, what I cover and what I sort of talk about all day is stocks and markets and finance and what's going up and what's going down. So when Kaviraj actually called me and requested me to do this, I mean, I was more than happy to sort of fly down immediately. It was a absolute honor. As they say, if you hang around with bright and smart people, some of it rubs off. So that's my aim here, really.
Without further ado, I think we heard a couple of sort of really nice presentations, eye-opening ones in terms of what's happening, what's possible in the field of technology. And through the course of the day, we'll hear a lot more. But the topic for this particular discussion is creating a blueprint for nurturing innovation via industry-academia partnerships. And of course, we've got an esteemed panel here with us to take us through some of what the industry really is doing. How much is being done, how much more is possible, and what are the challenges in really achieving this at full scale. So thank you very much, all of you, for being with us here, sirs. I just want to kick this off, and it's better because we have the time given to us is an hour. So please feel free to jump in if you want to make a point. Interject. You don't agree with something, even better. If you agree with something, you want to back up a point someone else is making, please do feel free to sort of come in there. So let's kick this off. And let me start with Mr. Ramachandran, who's someone who's kind of feels very passionately, very strongly about this particular issue. I'm going to just go around the table asking all of you, in your assessment, how much of collaboration between industry, between the corporate sector and academia is really happening right now? I don't know if it's the right way to do it, but on a scale of 1 to 10, compared to, for example, what we see in the US, for example, where are we at right now? So,
Prashant, it's good to be on the side where you are, rather than where I have been quarter on quarter. Where you've always consistently told us, you and Rima and Nigel, on whose shows have appeared, we are as good as the previous quarter. But I think, having served and led companies at the entity level and been responsible to shareholders, I think running a company is a little more than all that. Let me just briefly touch on the connect between technology, innovation, and CSR with just 2 examples at a personal level. At a company level, we had the privilege of responding to the United Nations call to develop an application for the mothers and children of Africa called the ANCHL, which substantially, in fact, I could even put a figure to it as documented by the United Nations, but 32% we brought down the infant mortality. No other app, in my opinion, has done so much for the children of the world and the lactating mothers, if you will. We did it at cost for the United Nations at a personal level when the Secretary General, who was then a Korean, with a strong Indian connection, as I discovered later, Ban Ki-moon. The second, of course, many of them know, we again did it at an SLA level of developing the CoWIN app, which inarguably is the world's largest used vaccine management system. It was not pride, it was not this thing, it was again an initiative to serve humanity. So technology has always been in the front and center, cutting edge of serving humanity. But I think life is all more about what balance sheets tell you, but I think it's all about what your heart tells you. CSR, commitment to CSR can't come from the balance sheet, it has to come from the heart. Let me give you one real-life example which was transformational. I may be digressing, but I think there are a lot of CEOs here who would have felt that way when they sit in the CSR committee, because they would have, each one of them would have had a personal experience to drive this. I had the opportunity of serving as governor of Rotary here not long ago, but 20 years is not long back in my life. So I realized for a round of drinks, you could give vision to 4 people. For a round of drinks, you could vaccinate 25 people against the dreaded polio vaccine. So if you really extrapolate all that, you'll find that you can't change the world, but you can make a world of change for someone somewhere. Like with a simple donation of 20,000 rupees, which back in 2001 was pretty substantial. I actually saw, when I walked into a little hut about 200 kilometers from the city of Chennai, a doctor diligently having operated on her, on a woman, 40-year-old woman who had never seen before. He carefully peeled the bandages off one by one, and when he removed the last two cotton swabs, if you can call it that, and kept it on the ground on a muddy floor, that woman saw for the first time her two children whom she's never seen before. Now, when you see things like that, you walk in with greater commitment. I think service to humanity, which is what CSR is all about, I wish to say it should come from the heart of the CXOs. It must come from within. You must have felt it. You must have the art of giving, the joy of giving you should feel. This is the summation and context of this.
Lead with the heart, and beautifully put, and of course backed up by the balance sheet as well, right? I mean, that should happen. Mr. Raghavan, if I can ask you, sir, so there is, of course, people do give, and give in a variety of ways, but for the purpose of this sort of panel discussion, we're talking about giving to academic institutions, because that's the long game in that sense, right? The rewards are not immediately visible. A lot of it goes into R&D, and we saw presentations to that end earlier. So how much of that is really happening, and could you give us a little bit of idea about where we are at in that journey?
I think from our perspective, when I look at it, when we look at our CSR grant, and sometimes it is a lot more easier to work with an educational institution and an educational institution with eminence like IIT Chennai, because you know that the funds you give will be directed to the cause, and there are real good causes that are being conducted out here, right? So I think back to your earlier question about where we are on a scale of 0 to 10. I mean, maybe 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I would say it was 0. Right? I mean, absolutely, there never used to be a...
This rating is for industry, academia partnership.
Industry, academia partnership, and so on, right? But things have changed so drastically over the years. Today, most companies are definitely looking at innovation as a critical mantra for them. And there are a lot of good work happening in the academia right now. In our interactions with the professors and even the students, right, PhD students and so on, there's a lot of focus on doing cutting edge work, and there's an opportunity, definitely an opportunity for collaboration. If you ask me, I think we may be at a at a level 6 right now. Slightly, still a way to go as compared to situations abroad and so on. But I think India has definitely progressed in that sense from a corporate and academia sort of a collaboration as compared to even 10, 15 years ago. And I think that is also due to the fact that, look, primarily education in India was government sponsored, at least the premier institutes and so on. But over a period of time, I'm sure that the funding is coming down, and the colleges are also going out aggressively trying to court alumni, trying to get funding from industry and so on and so forth, right? And for that to happen, they have to show results. I mean, without results, no corporate or no organization is going to fund further activities and so on. And what we are seeing is fantastic output coming in from the colleges that makes the CSR funding and so on giving a lot more easier for corporates like us.
It's also two-way, right? I mean, because the industry also takes away a lot of the stuff which is happening now, energy transition, etc. It's all technology related.
Absolutely, but if you look at from an industry context, right, some of the work that academia is doing, this is typically mid to long term. I mean, as Mr. Ganapathy said, quarter to quarter we have to show returns quarter to quarter, right? But a lot of the activities on CSR and a lot of the academia related projects that are happening are typically 3-5 years down the line. So in that sense, there's no real motivation for corporate leaders to fund a particular activity and so on. But I mean, each one of us also looking at our midterm and long-term strategy for the organization. So to that extent, though we are, at least the public listed companies, we have to continue to give results quarter on quarter. From our perspective, if you look at technology, sustainability, and the way forward, right, we definitely have to look midterm to long term. And partnering with academic institutions, especially on themes that are interesting to the industry, is very, very important for us. We can no longer always depend on, say, universities abroad or organizations abroad for innovation, right? We have to build our own innovation. Of course, each organization has various mechanisms to do that. Partnering with a college of eminence is also another way to move forward.
So I'm getting a sense that for those of you who are listed, and there are a few, this quarter se quarter tak business is a bit of a problem.
As good as the previous quarter.
Mr. Sabharwal, your thoughts, I mean, just to sort of kick this off from your end.
Yeah, I think, I would be rating at around 3 or 4 in terms of the collaboration which is going on. Again, I won't put IIT Madras there. If I had to put IIT Madras, I will probably put them around 8 or more. But that's an exception, right? I call IIT Madras the Stanford of India. In fact, I'm going to be having a podcast with Professor Krishnan on Monday, where we are talking about this issue. I think there is still a lot of gap. There are many more words which are said than action being taken. And the expectations and the expectation alignment between the two is still vast. Now, for example, if you look at the kind of work which the industry wants and what's happening in the academia, it is a big chasm there, right? The professors are interested in some subjects which may not be that relevant to the industry. So those kind of alignments need to happen, and better communication needs to be there, and frequently as well. I think some of the things which I have been lucky to be privy to some of the best ecosystems in the world, and I have noticed that one thing which makes the industry academia collaboration really successful is the technology transfer office. If you look at the technology transfer office outside in US or Europe or Israel, they are staffed with some of the best people and highly paid people as well. But if you look at their counterparts in India, for example, you may not find such people. So they are the people who actually make sure that there is relevance between what industry is wanting and what academia is producing. Now, from our Accenture's perspective, we are lucky to be working with some of the best institutes, including IIT Madras. And we have got significant success from these collaborations. And we have managed to set the expectations of our own organization accordingly as well. As is being talked about, that this is not something where I can produce an outcome in the second or third quarter, right? These are long-term or mid-term kind of a things. So if you are able to align to that from an industry perspective and also make sure that relevant work is going on in academia, I think then there are more chances. But at this point of time, I would say that this is not at a level where India should be in terms of the collaboration between these two. There's still a big gap to be covered.
That point that you made about industry wanting something and the professors and the people on the other side wanting to do something else, because some of the work that some of the presentations that we saw, maybe it's IIT Madras and it's an outlier, as you said. I mean, this is exactly what we talk about every day when we speak with corporates, industry leaders, energy transition, electrolyzers and renewables and med tech. All of this is...
I'd just like to add one thing, you have just talked about. I won't name the institutes, probably one of the best in India. And we were looking at sustainability and build environment and how do you have innovation in sustainable buildings and sustainable materials. And it was a great show. But we were trying to invite the students and the professors to become part of a venture studio. Just like IIT Madras is building, we are also building one focused on sustainability and climate tech. And I was very surprised to see that hardly any student was interested to commercialize his PhD or their thesis. into this. They were only interested in publication or maybe a patent, but not even one wanted to make it into a commercial model. This is very different to what's happening in IIT Madras, right? But that is the thing which I find in most of the institutes.
I'm surprised because in the US, some of the research, etc., comes out of universities first, right? Then it gets backed up by funding, etc., and then commercialized. Mr. Unni, if I can come to you. I think there's a mic there. Do you kind of agree with some of the points you've heard, and what would you like to add?
It's hard to disagree, right? I mean, the outcome is that India spends 0.6 to 0.7% of its GDP on R&D. The equivalent in the US is about 3.4%. And then you take a 9x difference in the GDP, and it tells you a little bit of the difference in the absolute sums spent. And that's a very, very hard, when people have been talking about the decline of the US, what they fail to account for is the amount of investment that goes into R&D in a world, like you said, many of the problems are being technology solved. And so if you don't have a technology advantage, how do you get to this India 2047 vision? So in fact, a year ago this month, we were in this room hosting a summit called Think Big. As in, they were hosting it. I just happened to be a part of the summit. And one of the big discussions was, how do we think big as individuals, as institutions, and as a country, especially around R&D? So I think one of the big mindset shifts that I think IIT wants to do for the benefit of all of us and to get to that 2047 vision is when you think about CSR, you often think of things that pull at the heartstrings. But investing in something that's so logical as R&D is also a part of our corporate social responsibility. And that, I think, is the mindset shift that we should be reflecting on and thinking about. Because for our country to get from the 2,000 odd kind of gross national income, which is actually a poor country, to even a middle income, which is about double that, is still a journey to go. And if we don't invest in R&D and have self-reliance on a lot of the technology, we're really we're not going to get there, right? I'll just give you one last example. I used to lead sustainability for a strategy consulting firm, and one of the things was, it makes a lot of sense to invest in electric vehicles because we have a massive fuel import bill. So if we can only get more electric vehicles to work and you have really great renewables, you're in the money. It's a fantastic opportunity. And then you realize we actually don't have much of the lithium or the precious metals you need for renewables and therefore for EVs. And China has stolen a march in that front as well. So no matter where you look, you're kind of jumping from one place or one technology to the next. If we can't get there, what are we doing? And therefore, for me, the fact that we've hosted the CSR Summit, the fact that we get the opportunity to look at industry, academia partnerships is not a nice to have. It's actually critical to the 2047 vision.
That number that you gave, how much the US spends on R&D, how much we spend on R&D. Would you have any idea if the gap is so massive, as massive when you look at funding from industry to academic institutions? Is it going to be as wide or even wider, or is it going to be smaller?
Much wider.
Much wider.
Because there's two things that happen. Obviously, 3.4% of a $27 billion GDP. So it comes to something like 720 billion or something is what they spend. 27 trillion. So it's about 717 billion, I think was last year. Something like that. 600, 700 billion they spend. The spend comes in three different ways, right? There's government spending, there's corporate R&D spend, and then there's corporate academia. In fact, the issue in India is even greater because, like my colleagues on the podium have said, we don't invest in R&D. I mean, I've been a strategy consultant, like I said. I haven't found a client that would say, listen, you know what? I'm just going to go for hell for leather, 5% of my, no chance, right? We are not a forgiving country in that sense. We don't have that long-term vision, and truth be told, we are only 75 years old. We have not built the trust in our systems to invest in the long term. We're very, very short-term oriented, no issues. So we don't invest in corporate R&D. So if we wanted to lead technology anywhere, where do we go? The only place you can go is industry. So our need is even greater. We don't have as much government R&D spend. We don't have corporate R&D think tanks. So where is there even an option or a chance for R&D to develop? It's institutes like this. Now, as an investor, I can tell you that there's a lot of things happening, as many folks have already said, at IIT Madras Research Park. There are startups coming through. People are using their PhD and thinking about how they can start up and do that. But that's still only one avenue. We need multiple avenues. And therefore, this corporate academia partnership, I think that's again, it's essential. It's not a nice to have. We have to accelerate that pathway.
Absolutely. Well put. Mr. Ramurthy, if I can ask you to sort of chip in as well.
I would give it a 2 on 10, and you see where the drift is headed, from 6, 3 and then 2. And there are clear reasons for it. I think in India, when we talk about academia, 99% of these institutions are teaching institutions. They are not research and teaching institutions. The IITs, the ISER, and some of these institutions, they seem to focus on some degree of research. Just look around. University of Madras, 150 years, a little over 100 affiliated colleges. Anna University, a little over 500 affiliated colleges. MGR Medical University, a little over 700 affiliated colleges. All these are teaching institutions with abysmal or anemic research budgets. Okay, that's the starting point. Second, we have about 450 universities, private universities. Roughly about 250 of them are state-private universities, which is a recent phenomenon. Because of corporate funding, we are beginning to see some action in these state-private universities, some of whom are funded by corporate houses, whether these are Asim Premji, Mahindra, Shiv Nadar, so on and so forth, as well as the collective philanthropy that's driving institutions like Plaksha, Ashoka, Kriya, OP Jindal and the like. So we are just talking about a very small subset of institutions that have investments towards research and the capability in research. That's the first point to address your question. Second, I think some of them alluded to this. Yeah, let me back up a bit. I think the entire government funding on research, structurally, we created an entity called CSIR. The government said, henceforth, educational institutions, you are good enough to teach. But then we will create these institutions of excellence through CSIR, which will focus on research, which I think we may have to rethink, as a nation, so that research gets a lot more distributed and more federated. Second, I think someone alluded to this. I spent the first 10 years in academia and the next 25 years in the corporate world. So I have a peek into both sides of the equation. The biggest challenge is we need to reframe what we mean by innovation. Innovation is invention plus commercialization. I think the academic institutions do a good job of solid research, focused largely on invention. They don't have the wherewithal to commercialize or execute against it. As someone said, IIT is an outlier and a few other institutions. But by and large, academicians are incentivized to write papers, publish papers, and maybe generate IP. But they don't commercialize. As he said, a single PhD thesis, if it doesn't lend itself to commercialization, what research are we talking about? That's point number one. Whereas the industry is incentivized only to commercialize. They pick up every research out there and see how is it that they can monetize it. Very good example. The PageRank algorithm was developed in Stanford University. Google picked it up and made a business of it. During the pandemic, the entire mRNA research, the messenger RNA research, has been around for about 30, 40 years. But then Pfizer and Moderna, they capitalized on it. And then they created vaccines and therapeutics out of it. But increasingly, if academia, which has all the capability to do fundamental research, if they are not going to be supported, the industry will start doing the research. A very good example is ChatGPT. All of us are talking about it, OpenAI. Fine. Suddenly we are now at a point where earlier research was done in academia and it was commercialized and monetized. But today we are at a point where industry, through their labs and research centers or through OpenAI networks, they are creating their own research output and commercializing, and the academia is grappling with what to do with it. Fine. So I think the incentive structures need to be aligned. The objectives need to be aligned, where the industry and academia need to come together, collaborate, exorcise this mistrust that has actually existed for a variety of reasons for the two to actually come together and make a meaningful difference.
Briefly, sir, if you can just, so you said industry commercializes and the academia innovates. That's exactly their roles and functions, right? I mean, so so what is exactly missing? I mean, why,
No, let me put it this way. Industry has to innovate to survive. Fine, and if they don't probably get the long pipeline from academia, industry will innovate by itself.
please?
Okay. So let me just extend this example of mRNA. Now, the biggest concern that all of us have in our minds is, we have taken this vaccine shot. I don't know what it's going to do to my system for the next 25 years. The same Moderna has tied up with several institutions in the world, one of the notable ones being Monash University, where they are using what is called quantitative pharmacology to find out, using mathematical models, what does this vaccine do to the different parts of the body over a period of time. So it's very important that industry has to go back to academia to even figure out, they must have come up with a product. But what the product does in the marketplace for them to even analyze over the next 10 years or 15 years, that modeling capability is once again back only in the academia. So earlier we shifted left, where we said innovation or invention will happen in academia, commercialization will happen in the industry, because they have the wherewithal in terms of investment, program management, productization. Sure. But now we are shifting right to see, because of ethics and sustainability, where are we headed to ensure that we leave a better world when we leave this world. So I think this is now coming a full cycle in terms of making investments on both sides of the equation.
Just one more question for you, sir. Just briefly, since you spend time on both sides, right, academia and industry as well. Typically, I mean, this is from my understanding, maybe an amateur question, but typically what happens? Does the industry come to an institute like IIT Madras with a problem and say, well, we want to, this is something we want to do, and how do we do it? Or
no, what is happening today is there are two sets of problems that the industry brings to academia. One where they invest in 3, 5, 7-year horizons to understand the next big thing. But these are all very clearly defined problems, where the contours of the problem are quite well articulated. The second is, I spent the last 23 years at Cognizant. We had a problem with a routing algorithm. So we ran about 250 buses in Chennai. We didn't know how efficiently to probably bring the buses to the different campuses across locations. We came to IIT Madras to develop the routing algorithm. It can be as simple as that, where we find a solution to a problem, to something that can probably be fairly large, which can make a major impact on education, health, medicine, so on and so forth.
And I think, Prashant, just to carry forward what Ram said.
please.
I think referring a problem to academic institutions gives you a sense of protection also on the final outcome or the decision taken. I still remember, many of the professors here would recall, I was sitting in the room of the then CEO of Larsen and Toubro, the ECC portion of it, that is a brick and mortar group, when Mr. K.V. Rangasamy, who was one of the better known alumnus of IIT was running it, there was a particular problem in one of the overpasses that they were building. And they couldn't solve it internally, their designs could not solve it. And Rangasamy, being an alumnus of IIT Madras and having undergone training under the then HOD, I forget his name, he told them to take it to IIT. And that, I think, was one of the earliest steps taken by industry. And just to annotate it, but I think, one of the ways that you can have better lab-to-market outcomes is if there is, and I think Raghu and Mahesh are familiar with it, we have discussed it at various forums. I think one of the things is the non-availability of risk capital in this country. I think that clearly differentiates between India's lack of growth or America's success. And the two examples in the US being Route 127 Boston and the Silicon Valley. We can talk about it later. Sorry.
Mr. Srivats, if you can weigh in as well in your business, has it, many spoke about EVs, and what's been your experience?
Yeah, I'll give a slightly different perspective. I would probably rate India's current industry academia at maybe 2 to 3 and IIT Madras at 5. I recall about 5 or 6 years being called for a industry academia summit at IIT Madras, and I think at that time we were pretty much just looking at each other. But a lot has happened over the last 5 years, and I would say a lot has happened at IIT Madras. So notably the research park that they have, where industry invests and they have also access to academia, professors and students from IIT Madras. That's one example. The other thing is, I'm quite surprised because my company has been using IIT only for things like testing, analysis for 30 years. So we've been using IIT Madras for 30 years. And recently, as I happen to have a lot of friends who are in IIT Madras and professorial roles and other roles, they keep telling me about what's happening. So I started putting my guys in touch with them, and we find that there are a lot of solutions that we are working on where they've been doing research. And the difference now is they also link up with startups. So in the implementation part, normally the translation, the issue is there's a paper, there's research. There's actually a solution industry wants, and there's a gap in the implementation, and that becomes a big challenge. Now, fortunately, I think a lot of them are working with startups, and that is enabling to bridge this gap, which makes some of these solutions more possible. And also probably as industry and somebody who's been keen on industry academia interactions for maybe the last 10 years, now I think it's possible for us to make that change. I recall about 12 years back taking a national delegation to Germany and visiting, I think, 8 Fraunhofer institutes. And in one of the institutes, the guy said, "You're coming from Chennai and you're visiting me." The guy who I think is a foremost scientist in this area is in IIT Madras. But the amount of industry academia interaction in Germany is significantly more than what it is here. Very often what they do is, I remember once meeting a guy who's doing a PhD. He worked in BMW for 15 years. He took a sabbatical to come and do research. So this type of two-way flow is significantly more in those countries than what it is here. So I think it's a step in the right direction. Earlier professors also, it was pretty much the number of papers that you submit and the number of peer-reviewed journals that you submit the papers. So that used to be. But I think right now there's a lot more interest in application-related engineering, which will bring industry closer. One of the gaps that I see is that industry really doesn't know what the big academic institutions in India, what are their specialties, what do they actually work in. So building that bridge is something that needs to happen. The second thing is on the implementation side, which in some cases the startup works. The third point, as what Ganpati said, is that risk appetite is less, but that is also increasingly changing because there are a number of centers, even that IIT Madras has with Bosch and Leyland and people like that, where there's dedicated centers for research which is carried out by them.
I mean, actually, that point about crossover, people going from academia to industry and then back from industry to academia, maybe there's flow one way, but we need reverse flow as well to happen, right? From industry back to the academia, because I mean, for example, here in this room, we have a few people who've come back from the industry to academia. I think Professor Satya is one of them, but point taken. Mr. Kesavan, why don't you weigh in as well, sir? What's been your experience? And yeah.
I come from a very different area, which is something to do with agriculture and related agriculture. So I think, I get a feeling some of these people are given a very high marks. When it comes to agriculture, I won't even give a 0. I'm extremely sorry to say that. The reason has been, whenever we talked about agriculture, let's say agronomy to complete mechanization and also keeping the things safe and feeding the public, I think the only area we have been trying to do something was the agronomy and biotechnology part of it. Beyond that, there is a general vacuum. And the biggest question is, I try 2 or 3 areas I sit on the chair. I sit on a chair for Indian agriculture. I also work at the Ministry of Agriculture. So we don't even know where to go. Very sorry to say that. Other than IIT Kharagpur, they do something. Other areas, I'm completely ignorant on where to go. Now, why this is happening? See, he talked about CSIR. There is a ICAR setting. And everybody thinks that is where all the research rests. And they got a very typical Russian system of promoting people. And by the time they become 70, they become the DG, and they got 1 year to go. Now, the question is, how do I convince somebody who has absolutely no stake in the system? So I had a big fight with the minister, to the secretary, the current secretary also. I hope we don't have too many people who will quote me on this. And said, I think we need to change. And then I asked him the syllabi today. What is the agriculture syllabi? See, today what is happening in agriculture is, if I have to do something great, or even the farmer has to do something great, there are areas like seeds, which we do some work, but we are also very hesitant to do certain work. Then we've got fertilizer, pesticide, usage of water, maintenance of soil, and power. Now the question is, the tradition system in our Indian agriculture is, we are spending only 2.6 kilowatt, whereas abroad they are using 5, so we need to reach 5. I told him, you chaps are never asking a question. If with 1 kilowatt, I can do 100 square meters, how much more I can do in the same 1 kilowatt? I mean, just look at the way you change the electricity. We used to have 100 kilowatt, 100 watt bulbs. Today, probably you do it with 9 watts. So the biggest problem is we have a very different thinking. And that is because things get carried on. Nobody wants to challenge it. So one of the biggest problems we genuinely face is, how do I integrate all this? Today you talk about the high-end agricultural technology, including not only the mechanization part of it, but also if you really look at backtracking, looking at traceability, looking at how do I grade so that I give a better value to the farmer? How do I store? How do I move? So that, including the cold, the way we have cold climate appliances and move it, and also ensure it reaches to the customer where I can trace it back. We do not have, and this requires a high end of technology. We listed on the technologies what need to be understood by an agricultural graduate. He need to understand what a sensor is. He need to understand what a drone is. How does it work? The nozzle design of a drone. Even people abroad don't bother about it because they have large tracts of land, and in one land, the other is enough space. We are sitting like this. So if I spray it here, this is going to make my life miserable. So you need to do a proper design. They don't understand it. Then you get into something called robotics. I don't think we are nowhere near agricultural robotics on it. Then the question of AI and MI, which is going to be extremely important. But one great thing I notice is technology is going to be a nil differentiator for small scale agriculture. Because today you have systems which work as a swarm. So I do design something for 1 acre, I put 10 together, I can do 20 acres. So there is enough technology. The question is, who is going to build the CAD, who is going to change it? And this is one area I am going to request people like IIT Madras. I think huge amount of work need to be done here. And somebody need to shake up somebody and change because I've been to colleges and they tell me, sir, we have done a fantastic new invention. I told him, I called the professor and said, sir, this is done exactly 35 years back. I don't know what to do. I know sometimes I talk like this, you see how desperate I am. So, whereas many areas I see a big change happening. And when we talk abroad, let's also be very clear. The companies which fund in a big way into research are those companies who have actually grown by research. IBM, name it, like Google, whether it is other areas, they are already grown by research, so understand the value of putting money back into research. Many of the industries in India, we worked on applied research. We wanted to know how to create something better which is already there. We have never done a pure research, even on the... So how do you expect me to do a pure research in agronomy, where first of all you tell me not to do it, because I have got so many restrictions to do. So the best thing is, Are chup baito, everything is fine. So, sorry Prashant, I know I've been very expressive in this.
I think it's wonderful to hear frank sort of thoughts and, unfiltered thoughts are always helpful.
No, I do this even between the government, but in fact, we are now, one thing we said, we are going to create COEs. So it said, what we do? They said ICAR. I told him, let's stop it here. If you are willing to do an industry combination and you are willing to create a COE system where all the industrialists participate and only the secretary will chair it, then we said that then it's a game changer. And then we will bring the high-end technology, like, he talked about Fraunhofer, we talked about Dresden. We'll bring all the best in the world and create COEs. Good thought, happily resting. Thank you.
No, I'm going to come back to all of you for quick. I think we won't have the time for longer, but so just leaving the thought, just think about what are the one or two things that you can do to fix this, right? Everybody agrees there's a gap, percentage, the rating is very low. 2, 3, whatever. So I'll come back to all of you. But Mr. Venkatesan, your first thoughts, sir, on this matter.
When you're the last speaker, you have to be very creative. So I had to keep notes on what the other 7 eminent speakers have said. Now, I have a unique opportunity of working. I know Mr. Kesavan talked about a 2 or a 3. We do agree and a consensus it's pretty low at this point in time. We also talked about data in terms of how much is spending, in terms of percentage GDP. But interestingly, the overall private sector spending in the country is abysmally very, very low today. The reason is the metrics. So let me talk about, I know we talked about quarters and all that. Even if I'm a listed company, but if you're not even a listed company, what happens is metrics drives behaviors. Now, let's say if the board or the heads of the organization, let's say a CEO, how much vision one has to collaborate with an institution. Forget the likes of the large institutions like IISc or the large IITs, but what's the vision? Because the moment you talk about collaboration on an invention, you're starting to talk long-term. And when you're talking about long-term, the outcome may not be positive, right? 8 out of 10 research, you may not come out. Forget about innovation. We talked about innovation is about commercialization and getting into a commercial aspect. But invention itself, right? How much research will succeed into solving a problem? It may not, right? And that is a spirit in which the industry and the academia has to work, saying that, okay, one has to invest. That means what's the long-term view? What's the framework we will look at it? And we need a framework of, we have to accept failures because all experiments will not yield results. And is the industry willing to stand about the commercial support of a failure? Now, what happens is the moment you fund the research, one is going to be that what's the outcome? Because we are so trained, like a couple of them said that we are so trained. Show the quarterly results. Show the EPS. How much sales have grown? What's the revenue growth, right? And you do question most of us, correct? Now, there has to be a budget beyond it. And I worked in an organization which had 6.5% R&D budget, right? Of a $34 billion company. So it's significantly large. What happens is you have to create, and it comes from policies both from the industry, government, and the academia to create that and look at, okay, I'm going to focus on fundamental invention, not innovation. So I want to slightly differ from what one of the speakers said. I'll tell you why, because I lived through it. Now you talk about innovation of a product. I know I'm going to take a little long, but innovation need not come from, let's say, one invention, right? We had 4 professors speak in the morning. So if I have to connect, you have a sustainability. Let's say I'm inventing a new machine. I'm going to talk about energy efficiency, which talks about, Professor Satya talked about energy efficiency. So I talk about one aspect of that vertical in an institution, which is giving me a solution. Now I have to pick that, but the team here may not know how to interconnect that, right? From there, I talk to somebody who's doing neuroscience and genomics. It's nothing got to do with machine, but that invention, there is some aspect of imaging which goes into a sensor of how a machine behaves and the feedback system. So the job of an industry leader or an R&D leader in the industry is the ability to put a team which can connect the dots of invention which can come out of an academia, because academia is going to do fundamental research. Remember, the job of the industry is how do you commercialize it so that at the end of the day you need capital. And the job of an industry is how do I commercialize it? It need not come from a vertical. So the whole aspect is what is the framework? And who is going to, people spoke of building the CAD. For me, it's about what's the framework and are we okay to fail? Because we will fail in invention, right? And there has to be an understanding that 8 out of 10 investments will go wrong. And then that's because the invention has to be very strong for you to commercialize eventually. And I think that's where the industry and the academia has to work together to strengthen this whole framework on and the behavior and the metrics of how we measure success.
But the industry is now large enough here, right? I mean, and you got to spend the CSR. I mean, it's now you have to spend. I mean, it was spending earlier, but now, of course, it's a rule. Some of it, I mean, towards CSR. So you're saying that from the industry side, some of the leaders also need to understand that, I mean, it's a long game. You're investing in something and 8 out of 10 things will not work. But that mindset shift also has to happen.
Yeah, the mindset shift happen at the leadership level is what I'm saying. Both, let's say a CEO on the board need to know that there would be, because and most of us could be commercial, but if you talk to a true R&D person, they will know that everything may not yield results. But similarly in the academic side, one needs to, you have to work, but you have to be ready that what you're designing may not work immediately, right? So I'm talking about level 5 innovation. I'm not talking about continuous improvement and process corrections. I'm talking about things
not
which change the world.
but revolution.
Yeah, revolution. What things that change the world.
Okay, got it. So let's just go around the table.
Yeah.
Sir, you want to?
Let me, in the interest of time, speak like how a mutual fund ad concludes. Speak rapidly. But you know, I never get into this. If you had noticed, I'm the only one on this panel who didn't rank, because I never get into this game of ranking. Because when I, as president of Southern India Chamber, I tried inviting a very well-known economist who's based out of New York, who has been on your shows, for a budget review, which we are all compelled to do year on year.
That's 10 out of 10 mostly.
No, here is the thing, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why. He said that a prominent industrialist was sitting alongside him, and he was rubbishing the budget and giving it 2 on 10. But when the cameras turned on, he gave it 12 on 10. So I decided I won't get into this game of ranking. But I think, you know, this is the thing. Industry is increasingly realizing you invest in Saraswati, you get Lakshmi back. So I think the industry academia connect is bound to increase going forward. And I think if you touch your conscience, you will find you feel at least safe that the money is protected. It won't end up getting into some bank in outside the country, or the person to whom you have invested starts going around in a Maserati or a Jaguar or whatever. I think academia still offers the best connect. Let me conclude with one little personal anecdote, and I think everyone here, some of them may be students. In partial fulfillment of my BTech degree here in this very campus, I did a project in the final year which had 20 credits. And that project, I think, was known as aerial camera or something. I couldn't even pick up the prototype because I wanted to rush to the academic block to collect my caution deposit of 200 rupees, which my father had put aside from his salary, and which it was very clear in my mind I won't return it to him. So I was more keen on that 200 rupees than collecting the prototype. But that prototype, if someone was there and had told me this aerial camera is potentially the first step towards a drone, I might have stayed back in the campus. But I think that is increasingly happening, and in my opinion, it is happening best in the country, best in Asia, in IIT Madras. And I think I'm very hopeful that I could someday rank this 12 on 10.
Oh, wow, wonderful, sir. Thank you for that. So let's just go around the room.
I think very quickly I would...
The one thing
yeah, one thing is the technology transfer capability.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, what do you mean by technology transfer?
The technology transfer is like
you said.
Yeah, it's about the research which is going on in the academia, and how do you commercialize it, right? The entire process, which also includes the entire guardrails around IP. How does IP get divided? For example, when we are working now even with IIT Madras, we have the academia working with us, we have Accenture, we have some of our clients, and we also have the startups. If we are going to make a joint product between these 4 entities,
who owns it?
Who owns what, right? It's not. It's one of the most complex things which we encounter. So,
But is that a very big issue?
It is.
Okay.
It is a huge issue.
Okay.
For a company like Accenture, even for the startups as well as for IIT Madras. So I think those are things which can be further streamlined. Yeah, you were asking a question that what like does the industry get a particular use case to the academia? Yes, we get, but that doesn't mean that the academia is going to agree. You have to find a professor who is interested in this research. Otherwise, you are not going to get anything out of it, right? So these are the kind of things which can be streamlined if you have a much more effective and efficient technology transfer capability.
And this person would be on the industry side, would be
Academia.
from the academia side, and so.
Yeah, most of the academic institutes outside have very established technology. And I think IIT Madras has as well.
Okay.
It's a question of making it much more effective because they regularly collaborate between the two. They tell the academia what research is happening in the academia, and they are making sure that industry knows what is happening in the academia. So both ways.
Got it.
Right? And they can streamline these processes very quickly.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's a very transactional kind of collaboration at the moment, right? Most of the people are like professors go and do consulting to solve a particular short-term transactional issue for the corporate.
Sure.
We need to be much more strategic.
Right. So you want to, Mr. Raghavan?
Yeah, if you're running a business that really depends on innovation to keep you ahead of the curve, there's no option for you but to collaborate. And as seniors, as leaders in the organization, this is one of the things that you definitely have to push forward to have a lot more collaboration between academia and the industry. Boards are demanding it, investors are demanding it, and I think it's a one-way street. I don't think there's an option for us to say, nothing works here, let's throw up your hands and move on.
So that short-termism that some of you, that's not,
Absolutely.
it's not an
We
issue.
need to move forward,
Yeah.
and we have to find ways to make it happen
Okay.
as leaders.
But what's the one thing that you'd recommend doing? Or, I mean, is there a fix? I mean, if you could change one thing, is it the mindset?
There's no one thing,
it's a
per se.
process.
There's no magic wand here, right?
Got
It's a lot of hard work, and it's, you need to understand each other, and you need to be willing to invest in this relationship for long term. There's no other way.
Right. Mr. Onni?
I think about mobilizing risk capital. I think somebody talked about that. That for me is at the heart of how to solve this. And my immediate recommendation is, if it's hard to find those within your P&L budgets, start shaking your CSR budget for some of this. That's the best way to get started, because we can keep talking about this. The only way to do this is actually to do it. So if you can't find a small way to get started and find the experience and then kind of multiply. And the world of today is very different from when I graduated from this institute 20 odd years ago. People are willing to stay. If I look at my hostel, my batch, 5% stayed in India. 95% went to the US. Those numbers have not completely inverted, but fairly reversed. People are willing to stay here. I've got so many folks in the last 5 years who graduated in our IIT Madras Research Park doing startups. So I think the mindset of people has shifted. We have to back that with capital. And that capital is going to come from folks who are sitting here. That's what we've got to do.
Since I started this risk capital game here, let me share. I mean, some of us have had one-on-one meetings with the Union Finance Minister. But it's actually getting there is easy, but cutting through the layers of bureaucracy is something we found it difficult. One of them actually asked us, well, the failure will come after 9 years. I'll be retired and sitting down in Noida, and I don't want CBI to knock on my door for your failure. So I think, it requires mindset change, and I think, in my opinion, IIT Madras and its research park and Pravartak, etc., who have some marquee lab-to-market success stories, have to tell it more, which means you have, rather than putting me every quarter and then quizzing me why my expenses went up, you should put these guys on and say, what did you produce last quarter? It will be a remarkable mindset change.
Absolutely.
Next time, don't call me, call Professor Mahesh.
Will do, sir. Mr. Ramurthy.
Hi. See, many of us think industry-academia partnership is one-to-one partnership. One company with one institution. Or in some cases, it's probably a bunch of companies with one institution. I think we need to move to a model of many companies with many institutions. Because not one company has all the capability. Fine, you can probably have your management studies, you can have your humanities and social sciences, But if you go back and ask the same professors how much they would give on a scale of 1 to 10 for the other institutions, you'll get the answer. I think it's extremely important if we have to address some major issues in the market. Companies have to come together and institutions have to come together to solve the problem. A few minutes back, I saw a topic of avoidable blindness. I know of at least 15, 20 companies which are spending through the CSR budget on avoidable blindness. It's very fragmented. If these 10 companies can come together, work with 10 external institutions, the impact can be 10x. But that's not something that we are doing today. That mindset is changing. I'll give you one example and stop there. There is a 2-year PGDBA program in business analytics run by 3 institutions together in India today, believe it or not. IIM Calcutta, ISI Calcutta, and IIT Kharagpur. Students spend 4 months in IIM Calcutta for the business side of the equation, 4 months in ISI Calcutta for statistics and probability, and 4 months in IIT Kharagpur for computing on all the other related subjects. I think we need to replicate this end-to-end model if we have to probably make a meaningful impact rather than sub-optimize the amount of funds that are available.
Well put, sir, Mr. Srivatsa.
I would probably say that for a company you have to innovate to survive, because you're no longer in the Indian market. It's one market. It's a global market. One of the challenges I think there's enough talent and enough research which is being done in academia, which industry is not aware of, and industry very often is working on the same problem. So finding a way of mixing and matching that is one challenge. So that's something where we need to find a solution in which people in academia are highlighting what they're working on, and so that industry can link with them. The other challenge is I think industry will have to be significantly more patient. The problems in industry academia interactions in the past is industry comes in and expects immediate solutions. So having a longer term perspective on some of this is required. The other thing is I think Indian companies have to take longer term bets, because if you want to be a global leader in something, you need to take a longer term bet, which may be a 5 to 7 year type of bet, in which they may not have the resources. So finding a way of matching up with academia, and as Ram says, maybe not just one, but multiple people to build solutions is something that I think is a need going forward.
Mr. Kesavan, sir.
I think I'll just give a quotation what recently happened. When I had these kind of chats, the secretary actually told me, "You are asking me to eat an elephant." I said, if I have to eat an elephant, I have to eat an elephant, but I need to start at some point. Otherwise, I can only think of eating an elephant. Interestingly, at TAFE, we ourselves put up a setup in the IIT Research Park. But here also we do the mechanization part of it. It's still not a complete link. And let me be extremely honest. What we will do will be short term because we like to see results. Because otherwise somebody is going to ask where all the money is going to go. I'm very blunt in saying that. The reason is, I think is going to be the industry mentality, whatever you're going to put. That is one. The second question also I think we need to understand is that if you have to change the concept, there is a serious worry we all have in the mechanization of agriculture. What we call as the traditional mechanization of agriculture can suddenly change, because the technologies are moving fast. The thing is, the West is not caught over that. There's a very good chance India will catch it over much faster, like what happens to the EV industry. And then suddenly we find the traditional playing way say, hey, I'm losing something, and somebody new is coming and completely changing the way we work. So this is a great possibility. And I think this is where I genuinely believe institutions can work together to understand how we can change. I'll just end it with one small example. For any seed to be planted, I need only this kind of a size of a hole to this length. Why the heck am I moving the entire earth? That's a traditional way of doing it. Today, people have started doing this by drones. They are doing it in the forest by sending seeds, shooting seeds down. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. But there are technologies that will completely replace what it's going to do. Then traditional industries, not only in India, even abroad, suddenly find that, hey, things are changing. And that is what is giving me much more worry in agriculture and related to the entire field. And again, the huge gap between the people who do work on technology in agriculture and the people who do work on agronomy, there's still a divide. I loved to hear the presentation from the medical, where you really talked about how do I merge the engineering and somewhere we need to do on agriculture. So we have done something, but not everything. I think that is probably a little too small a droplet.
Sir.
Thanks, Prashant. Probably I'll take two different layers, one at a philosophical level, other at a very operational level. The philosophical level is, we need to solve the question in India, and what's in it for me, right? Let's say there's a student who's doing a research. How does the student benefits if it's an IP? It's something which is a breakthrough innovation. Two, the institution, what's in it for the institution? Three is, what's in it for the organization which is partnering? We seem to be, that's the elephant in the room today, why nobody wants to talk about it. If you're not answering that, we don't get to the real discussion of moving forward. So that's something which we need to do. Second one is, a lot of industries do something called customer-inspired innovation, right? We get a large amount of senior leaders from customers who come into our R&D labs, and they throw out the problems, and the researchers in the organization, in the industry, look at, okay, how do we solve it based on the solutions? But in all these years, I have not seen an experience where an organization of very repute or top Fortune 500 companies invite an institution like IIT Madras or IISc into the campus, all the professors and PhD students, to walk through the real life problems what the organization is going through and say that academia inspired innovation, right? We don't do it. And or maybe somebody's doing it, I have not come across. But that's, at an operation level, something if we can start, maybe that will seed some ideas. That's why I said, one at philosophical level, this is more operational level. And Prashant, since I'm the last speaker, thank you for excellent questions.
Thank you very much. I think we are out of time, and so we'll end it here. So I think, as all of you said, the rating is low, but the positive side is there is a lot of room to grow, and excellent ideas and insightful conversation. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you.
Can engage in meaningful dialogue and collectively nurture innovation via industry-academia partnership. And thank you so much, Prashant, for wonderfully moderating this session and bringing the true essence to all of us. I would request Professor Mahesh Panchaguna to facilitate our panelists and come on stage, please.
Thank you. It was a wonderful. Absolutely engaging discussion. Thank you very much.
I will be inviting by alphabetical order again, Mr. Avnish Sabharwal. Mr. Ganapati Ramachandran. Mr. Manoj Raghavan. Mr. Naveen Unni. Mr. Ram Kumar Ramamurthy. That way, sir.
Thank you for coming here.
Mr. Srivats Ram.
Thank you so much for coming.
Mr. T.R. Kesavan.
Thank you. Very, very engaging.
Mr. Vijay Krishnan. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
And Mr. Prashant Nair for a token of our appreciation.
After the second.
We can. I would request everybody to be on the center stage for a photograph. Professor, we need you as well. Yeah. Yeah, please. Thank you so much once again. This year's summit saw for the first time the Building India 2047 IIT Madras Tech for Tomorrow CSR Awards to recognize and encourage meaningful industry participation in creating innovative technologies for lasting social impact via CSR. Today's summit also sees the culmination of the award program run by IIT Madras for technology-led social impact. We also request that all CSR award and partner award winners may please take their seats in the front rows earmarked for them in order to facilitate quick movement to the stage, given there is a time paucity in the minister's presence. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch. We would like to announce that lunch is served in 2 dining halls outside. The plenary session presided by the Honorable Minister will commence sharp at 1 p.m. So we request you all to be back in the auditorium at 12:55. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request the awardees to please be seated in the center row, center column of the auditorium, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for having made you rush through your lunch. The minister's here. He's just having a quick bite and will be with us shortly. Thank you for your patience. We warmly welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, to our summit. We request the chief guest to kindly come on stage. We also request Director Professor Kamakoti, Professor Mahesh Panchagnulla, Dean, and Mr. Kaviraj Nair to come to stage. Thank you. I request you all to please stand up for the Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by our national song, Vande Mataram.
ஈராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே 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 வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ ஷீதலாம் சஸ்யஷ்யாமலாம் மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon and welcome to IIT Madras, sir. I am Vasudha Narasimhan, Vice President Corporate Relations and CSR from the Office of Institutional Advancement. IIT Madras has been working on technology and research for innovation for creating lasting social impact over many years. In order to facilitate more opportunities for industry-academia collaborations and to co-create such partnerships, including via CSR, we hold this annual summit. This year's theme is Building India 2047, Innovative Technologies for a Better Tomorrow. I now request Mr. Kaviraj Nair, CEO of the Office of Institutional Advancement, to deliver the welcome address.
It's fine, I'm not using it. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you in this esteemed gathering. At the very outset, kindly allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Sri Palanivel Thiagarajan, for taking time out of his busy schedule and for gracing this occasion. We are deeply honored and we are grateful to you, sir. A warm welcome to each one of you here, our esteemed corporate partners, the CEOs and the CSR heads and all other corporate executives who have come in from various parts of the country to attend this event, to our distinguished alumni, to our faculty members and all other stakeholders who are here who are associated with IIT Madras ecosystem. As you know, IIT Madras is a beacon of excellence in the realm of technology and innovation, renowned globally for its academic rigor, research prowess, and its unwavering commitment to societal advancement. Our institution has been at the forefront of pioneering solutions that address the pressing challenges of our times. Technology undoubtedly holds the key to large-scale social transformation, and our approach to this domain of CSR is guided by the template of 3 dimensions, basically, the impact, scalability, and sustainability of the project itself. And we have rigorous tracking and monitoring, project monitoring mechanisms, and we have a laser-sharp focus on the outcomes and the deliverables, and this is all ensured by a highly professional team working day in and day out to ensure the success of every project. And IIT Madras boasts of a diverse portfolio of projects spanning across domains like energy, healthcare, skill development, water, AI, and computing, sustainability, all of that. And the National CSR Conclave at IIT Madras today showcases the vital role CSR funding plays in advancing scientific research and fostering innovation. With generous support from corporate partners such as yourself, we are able to drive translational research and bring cutting-edge innovations to fruition. This conclave serves as a platform for enabling meaningful dialogue and collaboration, where industry leaders, academic experts, and policymakers come together to explore new avenues for partnership and innovation. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you. May our discussions today pave the way for meaningful partnerships, for forging meaningful partnerships that transcend boundaries and create lasting change. Thank you, and a very warm welcome to each one of you.
Thank you, Kaviraj. I now request Professor Mahesh Panchagnula, Dean Alumni and Corporate Relations, to address the gathering on collaboration opportunities at IIT Madras.
Good afternoon. I'll join my colleague Kavi in welcoming the Honorable Minister Shri Palnivel Tyagarajan to this afternoon's gathering. And it's a delight to have this group of well-wishers of IIT Madras with us back again. We've been doing this now annually, and it's a delight to see all of our partners who have worked with us for a very long time in flesh and blood. Let me start by thanking each and every one of you for working with IIT Madras and making a change. I'll start by talking a little bit about science, technology, innovation, and where the world requires these three. There's a journal called Nature. It put out a survey yesterday which featured one of the world's largest study of common citizens and their faith in science and scientists. It is at an all-time high. People world over believe that science and aiding technology development and scientists as a group are here to help the society get better. COVID had a small role to play. The idea that vaccines are the reason we are all sitting here with no masks on was probably one of the main drivers of this belief in science. But there has been no better time than now to invest your CSR in research and technology development. We all know CSR is here to help us do more do more for society at large. There are multiple pathways we can each choose to do that. We could do what is immediately a need in our local vicinity, or foresee a need 3-4 years from now and invest in that development today. This little bit of a foresight-driven investment is likely to bear fruit manyfold in times to come. That is the belief with which we at IIT Madras have worked with hundreds of partner corporates to create impactful initiatives, from projects that are in the green energy space to centers of excellence driving small manufacturers and adoption of AI by small manufacturers. So the whole gamut of wherever we see technology helping lives get better tomorrow are all fair game for CSR. Last point I want to leave us all with to ponder is that as a country, we are very aspirational. The generation of young students I see in my classroom are not happy with an old bank officer job like my parents' generation were happy with, or nice cush private sector software job like my generation was happy with. Their aspirations are manyfold more aggressive and more aspirational. There's no better way to say it. Each and every one of us needs to step up to fulfill these aspirations, be it in the form of encouraging startups, be it in the form of taking risky bets on technology development that you know today has a 99% chance of failure, but that 1% chance of success is sufficient to change the game. We need to learn how to take these bets, and that is what this next generation of young people in India are looking up to each and every one of us in this room to take forward as initiatives. Thank you all for coming, and I look forward to the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh. I would now request our director, Professor Kamakoti, to give his director address.
So I join Mahesh in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Palnivel Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services of Tamil Nadu. Welcome, sir, to IIT campus. Welcome again to IIT campus. And all friends and all corporate heads who have been with us in this very important, remarkable journey that we are witnessing, specifically on how technology can serve the society. Friends, when Mr. Wadhwani, our alumnus, donated 105 crores for the Wadhwani School of Data Science and AI, there was a very interesting question put by one of the press media that he could have built 10 schools each of 10 crores. Why did he give IIT 105 crores? The answer was, which Mr. Wadhwani came out with, a very impressive answer, and also told us that this is what he is expecting out of us through that grant, is that if we are able to bring in an AI intervention where I could basically assess the teaching learning process of what's happening at these schools by a small bot that sits in the laptop and which basically collects the answers and responses, etc., that can impact millions of children. With the 10 schools that I could have made, I would have impacted, say, 12,000 children. So this is the important point that we would like to drive, that we as a technology institution, if we start working on some very important explorative project, wherein there is not a big, as Mahesh says, it's 99% risky, 1% chance of success. And if we are able to turn the table, I think that's going to be a phenomenal one. I'll give one example today in the want of time. We started a robo for septic tank cleaner, which is today productized. First and foremost, the problem is well defined. I want to clean a septic tank without any manual intervention. The Honorable Supreme Court also came out with a regulation that there should not be any manual scavenging. But then, this particular thing, who will do this? Which student will be interested? Friends, I would like to tell you that we have 4 patents in that and 2 PhD students have graduated out of it. It's a problem very easily defined, but very difficult to handle. And we can show you lot of demos in this direction. Similarly, when today, let us look at a very deep tech. I want to finish with that deep tech example. Today, within the next 5 years, on the low Earth orbit, we need close to 100,000 satellites. And these satellites have a lifetime of 5 years, so they have to retire and a new satellite has to go. Now, just 5 years, 100,000 satellites, just find out how much we need to send per day, right? And so where are the rocket engines for that, right? So there came this challenge, where can we 3D print this rocket engine? Friends, to make a rocket engine without 3D printing, there are 1,200 small channels that basically send the fuel. There are equal amount of channels which actually spread the coolant to keep it, within some temperature range. It shouldn't melt. And this takes at least 2 months to basically make the rocket, and also several soldering points are there which actually reduces the overall reliability of the system or the sturdiness of the system. Our students had gone, and now we are 3D printing this, where there is no soldering intervention, and a rocket engine, 4 rocket engine can be 3D printed in 72 hours. And we have a demonstration there. And this is going to be a revolution change. And the first initial grants came through some of these sponsorship funds. So, and the benefit which the world will get because of having low Earth orbit satellites, the 6G revolution is going to come up. It's going to be a mixture of terrestrial plus satellite communication. So we have enormous benefits out of this to the mankind. So just I want to conclude by saying that there are lot of innovative ideas we are bringing in, and the fund, the CSR fund that flows for deep technology, we have sufficiently large amount of fund that is coming for our merit cum means scholarship. I am also very proud, sir, to tell you that we have more than 700 government school children enrolled for our BS Data Science, which I am very proud of, and many of them are supported through CSR fellowship, so that no student must go out without saying that I don't have money. I think that's our intention. Every student with less than 5 lakh per annum annual income who are studying in IIT in the offline mode in the campus, that tuition fees has been supported. Again, thanks to all of you. In addition to this, if deep tech is going to be funded, we call it as a lubrication funding. With this, we can show certain prototypes from which we can go to great heights. With this appeal, I am very thankful to all of you for having accepted our invitation and being here, and looking forward to do lot more on sustainability, data science, AI, and we also have a medical sciences and technology, and these three are going to be extremely important from a very sustainable living point of view. I am sure we will all interact together and do great things for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing those examples. We now will move forward to the awards distribution segment of today's program. For the first time this year, we conducted the IIT Madras Tech for Tomorrow CSR Award to recognize and encourage meaningful industry participation. This was a national level awards program run by IIT Madras for innovation and technology and social impact, and administered and judged by an external jury. The program today honors the winning entries, and it will be followed by an award for our existing corporate partners who have enabled long-term partnerships. My colleague Padma Sanath, AVP Marketing, will take you through the awards distribution.
Thank you very much, Vasudha. Now is the moment that we've all been waiting for. As Vasudha shared, we had more than 70 applications, a really tough call for our external awards jury as well as our grand jury members, composed of renowned academicians and esteemed industrialists to take a call. But here we are, we have 6 final winners, and a note here, all of the 6 winners are equal, there is no rank. We've been specifically told this by the grand jury, so we're communicating that before we start. Would request our team to put up the list of the awardees, please, on the side slides. As we call out your name, we request the awardees to please come up from the left side, receive your award, and then go down from my right side. Thank you very much. Can we first have Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited, please? And the delegate collecting it is Mr. Asad Ahmed, Senior Lead Manager, CSR. He's followed by CNH Industrial. We request you to please come forward and take the first row. We request LIC Housing Finance Limited to please also come forward and take a seat in the first row. From CNH Industrial, we have Ms. Kavita Shah, who is the India CSR head. We request you to come forward, ma'am, to collect your award. May I also request Maruti Suzuki India, as well as Tata Steel Foundation and Visuara Technologies to please come forward and be seated in the front row. Now I call upon LIC Housing, Mr. D.R. Muralidharan, who is a Chief Compliance Officer, to please come forward and receive his award. In the interest of time, we are having to do this a little quickly, so please bear with us. I now call upon Maruti Suzuki India Limited's delegate, Mr. Kalyan Sundar, who is the Additional Director, to please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause? It's been a really tough call. We now have Tata Steel Foundation delegate, please come forward, Mr. Kumar Abhishek, who is a lead partnerships. Can we have Mr. Sridhat Panath, who's a co-founder of Visuara, also please, right after him. And there is a special mention from for PotusCap. Can we please have the delegate from PotusCap also join us, Mr. Dheeraj? Mr. Dheeraj, Director Engineering, to line up, please. We have Visuara Technologies receiving their award now, followed by this is Visuara or PotusCap? We now have PotusCap, who've received a special mention for the arm rehabilitation robot. That's Mr. Dheeraj Saxena on stage, who's a Director, Engineering of PotusCap. We will now move on to our partnerships awards in alphabetical order under each of the categories. The first category is an impactful co-creation award. We invite American Express India Private Limited, Mr. Madan, who's a Vice President, to please come up to the dais. May I also request the delegate from Capgemini, City Union Bank, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company Limited to also please come and take your seats. So we are proceeding as per the list that you can see on both sides of the screen. So we request, as you see us going down the line, we request the heads to please come forward and take your seat so that in the interest of time with our valuable minister. So Capgemini Technology Services India Limited, the award is being received by Mr. Anurag Pratap, who's a Vice President and Head CSR and Sustainability. City Union Bank, can we please have Mr. Sridhar, IAS, Director, City Union Bank. Followed by Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company Limited. From Cholamandalam, we have Ms. Deepshika Lakra, who's a management team, and Ms. Parikita Devi, who's from the senior executive team. Please put your hands together. Thank you. We now have Computer Age Management Services Limited. Ms. Kamala Radhakrishnan, who's a Chief Marketing Officer, we request you to please come forward to the stage. Okay. We'll move on to the next award. Looks like she's still on her way. Indian Oil Corporation Limited, can we please have Mr. Balakrishna Nayak, CGM HR, please? L&T Technology Services, NSE Foundation, OnePlus India Technology Private Limited, and Tata Elxsi, we request you to please come forward to the first row. So L&T Technology Services. Please welcome Mr. K.N. Prabhakaran, Chief of CSR. Followed by NSE Foundation, Mr. Ravi Jain, who's a regional head. Can we please next have OnePlus India Technology Private Limited lining up? Thank you. From OnePlus, we have Ms. Ishita Grover, Director of Marketing, and Ms. Jivika Shetty, Head of Corporate PR and Government Relations. Thank you. Tata Elxsi, can we have Mr. Manoj Raghavan, Managing Director, please? Mr. Manoj is the Managing Director at Tata Elxsi. He's followed closely by Titan Company Limited, again for impactful co-creation. We have Mr. Sridhar, who's a Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer, and Mr. Srikanth, who's a Divisional Manager Sustainability, receiving the award. TTK Prestige. If we have any representative here from TTK Prestige, please come forward. We'll move on to Verizon Data Services India Private Limited. Ms. Sasi Rekha Subramani, who's a consultant for communications, will receive the award. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next category of awards. Under Innovative Technology Development, we have Axis Investment Private Limited. May I call upon Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, CFO, to please come forward to receive the award. I also request the delegates from Cochin Shipyard Limited, HDFC Bank, Renault Nissan, REC, SBI Foundation to please come forward to the first row and occupy your seats. From Cochin Shipyard Limited, we have Mr. Subhash, who's a GM HR. He will move on to the next award winner, HDFC Bank. We have Mr. Balaji Ramanujam, Senior Vice President, Retail Branch Banking, and Mr. Prince David Kirubakaran, Manager, Corporate Social Responsibility. Yes, it's HDFC Bank. Please come forward. We request the Renault Nissan team to please come forward. And REC team to please take a seat. Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center India Private Limited. Mr. Ailur Subramani, Vice President. Mr. Binoti Nair, Deputy Vice President. Mr. Subramaniam Chandramohan, General Manager, Projects and CSR Pilot. Mr. Henry Messia, who's a Deputy General Manager. And Mr. Pranab, who's a Senior Manager. Thank you. Rural Electrification Corporation Limited, can we please have Srimati Taruna Gupta, Executive Director, CSR, on the stage, along with Srimati Tara Ramesh, Chief Program Manager, Chennai. SBI Foundation and Vertiv Energy, we request you to please line up. SBI Foundation next. We warmly welcome Mr. Ganesh Babu, who's a Regional Manager, to receive the award. From Vertiv Energy Private Limited, Dr. A.S. Prasad, General Manager, Product and Marketing India, will receive the award. Virtusa Consulting Services Private Limited, Mr. Krishna Yedula, we request you to please come forward and take a seat. And H.T. Parekh Foundation, you're up next after Vertiv. Virtusa. Okay, we can do better than that, right, in terms of applause? Thank you. Next we have H.T. Parekh Foundation. Virtusa. Can we please have H.T. Parekh Foundation? We have Mr. Pradeep, Chennai Head of HDFC Bank. Thank you. We now move on to the next category of the award, which is Strategic Academic Partnerships Award. And under this, we have Accenture Solutions Private Limited. Can we please have Mr. Avnish Sabharwal, Managing Director, please? Last but not the least, we're now looking at transformational partnerships. We have Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. We invite Mr. Rohit Kumar Agrawala, Director of Finance, to please come forward and receive his award. I also invite the FedEx, Emphasis, Power Grid, and Robert Bosch delegates to please take their seat on the first row. From FedEx, we have Mr. Varun Sood, Government Affairs Head in India. Thank you. We now have Emphasis Limited, Ms. Deepa Nagaraj, Global Head of Communications and Sparkle Innovation Ecosystem, receiving the award on behalf of Emphasis. Power Grid Corporation of India, we invite Mr. Nagaraju, Executive Director, Chief CSR and ESMD, to please come forward and receive his award. Robert Bosch Engineering and Business Solutions Private Limited. We warmly welcome Mr. Emmanuel Alphonse, Lead CSR, to come forward and receive the award. Premji Invest and Associates. We have Mr. Rajiv Uni, Head Public Markets. Can we have one more big round of applause for all the awardees, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for patiently felicitating our winners and awardees. We would now request our chief guest, Dr. Panivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu, to deliver his address. The minister needs no introduction. Prior to this, he served as the Minister of Finance and Human Resources Management in the government of Tamil Nadu. He is the MLA for Madurai Central Constituency in the 15th and 16th Legislative Assemblies of Tamil Nadu. He was nominated as a GST Council member to represent the government of Tamil Nadu and was the founding secretary of the IT wing of the DMK. He has worked as an international investment banker for many years at Lehman Brothers and Standard Chartered Bank overseas. Dr. Rajan has a BTech in chemical engineering from NIT Trichy, an MS and PhD from the State University of New York, and an MBA finance from the MIT Sloan School of Management. He's a well-traveled and multifaceted, eminent personality and needs no introduction. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. The director, my good friend Professor Kamakoti, Mr. Kaviraj Nair, the Chief Executive Officer of the Office of Institutional Advancement, my friend the Dean in charge of Alumni and Corporate Relations, Professor Mahesh Panchangula, distinguished guests, many award winners, senior executives of corporations large and small. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm very happy to be a part of it, and I'm very happy to have had some role in giving away these well-deserved awards. I must first thank the organizers of this event. Professor Kamakoti sent me a request saying that you should be our guest at this occasion. Pick any day between 10 and 20, and we'll make it that day. So, I can't expect a better kindness than that. I picked a particular day. They gave me a particular time. I was all set to come. And then I got a call saying that I have to be in Madurai for a political meeting. And so I have to take the 3:40 flight. The time I was supposed to be here was 3 to 4:30. So I had to call and say, even though I picked the date, please change the time for me. So they switched it to 12 to 1:30. Then I got a call saying that the Chief Minister is going to open a new IT park in my department, and you have to be at the secretariat at 12 o'clock. So then I had to ask to the time to be changed again from 1 to 2:30. And then when I finally arrived at 1 o'clock, they said, let's please have a little lunch before we go to the event. And after I sat down, I realized I was the only person eating, because they had already all eaten. But anyway, I just go to say how kind they have been, and so how grateful I am for their kindness. But I consider it a privilege to be here, because I think even in a state where we pride ourselves on the universality of education and the fact that we have been doing this relatively well for 100 years, being the defining variable that has marked our relative progress economically, socially, developmentally, we still consider IIT to be the crown jewel of our academic institutions. And IIT has had many eminent people run it, be it teachers, be it students, be it alumni. But I'm particularly happy that in the tenure of Professor Kamakoti, a son of the soil of Tamil Nadu, the inclusion agenda of ensuring that government school students, that those who can ill afford to pay but have the talent, have been encouraged and welcomed in, as well as the extent of efforts that IIT has taken to improve the functioning of the school education department of Tamil Nadu, I think commendable. And so, I think his tenure will go down as one that transformed the connectivity between IIT and the broader community and the state of Tamil Nadu. At some other level, I must say I'm probably the wrong guy, or I was the wrong guy to be called to this function, because back when I was at business school, my term paper for the communications class was arguing against the notion that corporates should care about anything other than maximizing shareholder return. I said it for a different reason. I said, who appoints you, God? The shareholders invested their money in you because you said this was your agenda to run this business and to deliver superior results. If you start deciding other people's what's right for society, what's right for community, what's right for social good and all that, nobody appointed you God. The world takes care of that. Elected officials take care of that. So you should just focus on your day job and stop building empires and creating a compounded agency problem for those of you who've studied finance. But as Keynes once said, when the facts change, we have to change our minds. And so after coming to India and profoundly realizing the limitations of government in execution, in fact, I would say almost in design, after a few years of as a minister and 2 years, effectively in charge of all the administrative departments of government, I can say that we have deep structural flaws in the way government is set up and run. Therefore, I think the reality is that if we didn't have NGOs, if we didn't have CSR, if we didn't have corporates reaching out to fill the gaps, we would actually have much worse outcomes than we do now. I say this every time I'm invited to places like the Rotary Club, where incidentally, very recently, I had the good fortune of giving Professor Kamakoti a Lifetime Achievement Award from one of the Rotary clubs. I say it also in large corporates and in institutions like IIT. CSR is a huge amount of money. Mr. Nair was just telling me that it's of the scale of 35,000 crores or about $4 billion a year. I think, of course, there are many initiatives. In my constituency, HDFC Bank is represented here. They did a bunch of work 2 years ago, helping me set up smart classrooms in every government school. Power Finance Corporation has been doing some work. So I've been the beneficiary of some CSR work. I mean, not me personally, but my constituency, and mostly the schools, because I practice what I preach, and I think education, particularly education of the lowest economic strata, is really where the multiplier effect is very high. But very often, even those efforts are a bit short duration, because if you build these schools, the administration and the maintenance is still left to the local school district, and historically they have not done such great things over time. So the next option is to kind of connect up with others through trust or set up their own institutions. I know a lot of relatively big philanthropists, including the big industrialists, whether it's at the India level or the Tamil Nadu level, set up their own foundations and say, let's take the corporate expertise that we have in execution, in continuity, in institutional kind of skill development or capacity building, and so let's apply our CSR through our own institutions, and there we'll get better multiplier effects, and I think I can't argue with that. But events and initiatives such as these from the research institutions where innovation is really to be developed, I think are as vital, if not the most vital, because the reality is, as a country, we don't spend enough of our budgets allocated to fundamental science or research or progress or development. We are all in active politics, and the pressures to do short-term things usually overwhelms all politicians and all parties. So if we're really looking for long-term investment, then these kinds of channels, I think, are extremely important. And I think it's not surprising that an institution like IIT Madras has understood this early, has created a lot of relationships, has leveraged it over the years, and has come to the point where they can afford to give awards for their best partners and for the best corporates. Even in a capitalist economy like the US, this link between industry and academia, between the needs of the local companies and the local academic institutions, starting from the community colleges all the way to the Stanfords of the world, is vital to have a multiplier effect on growth and to have a globally competitive ecosystem in that location. So in that sense, even though this is somewhat government mandated because of the CSR notion, which is quite unique to India, and even though it is somewhat as a backstop or a make-whole for the inefficiencies and limitations of government, it is still going to yield, I think, the same benefit to us if it's done right. I think we're also at a very unique time in the technology evolution, not just IoT, not just the 4.0 industrial revolution, the AI. In many ways, it's an inflection point as seminal as, let's say, the late 90s, the development of the internet, or the 80s, the development of the PC. So I think it's also a particularly good time where this kind of profound research is going to provide multiplier effects and benefits. And I think the director said it best. He says, even if it's low risk, the expected value is high because the multiplier effect would be so high. Sorry, even if it's high risk, if it's low probability event, the expected outcome were it to be realized is so high that it's worth taking the risk. And I suppose if you take enough of these bets, at least a few of them will pay off, and that'll make everything kind of efficient. In that sense, I would say that IIT, almost from its inception, has been, is today, and will continue to be a very good investment for these kinds of bets, these investments in future technologies, in creating great minds. In fact, many of them, my friends, many of them are coming to our IT conference next weekend, and we see the evidence of proper investments through proper institutions every day in Tamil Nadu. So on that note, let me congratulate again the winners, the partners, all those who have gone along on this journey. I congratulate the organizers, all the work you put in, all the decisions. I thank the jury. And I encourage all of you to keep the focus and keep the speed. And I'll apologize, but I have to leave for a flight. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. We would like to felicitate our chief guest for his presence today. Request Professor Kamakoti to honor the chief guest with an Angavastram and a memento. The Dia memento is a 3D printed This is a 3D printed model. In the interest of time, we would request the minister to walk through the stalls set up by many of our faculty outside on his way. Thank you, sir. We would request the rest of the audience to continue as we move on to the next session of today's summit. The next session of the day is Spotlighting Tech for Social Good Initiatives at IIT Madras. I request Padma Sanat to take the theme forward.
So very quick glimpse of the award process. Since so many of us were curious to know the journey behind it, I'll just take a minute. So the award was primarily to recognize corporates leveraging technology for social impact. And the applications, the nominations could come in from any corporate or any CSR foundation arms. They were eligible to apply. The evaluation criteria were social impact, scalability, sustainability, with innovation as a desirable parameter. We had two categories. We had category A and B. Category A were companies with turnover which was greater than 2,000 crores. And category B were the smaller range of companies. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So this was the process. We had 73 nominations received from all across India, all high quality nominations. And there were 3 levels of screening, one on social parameters, second on technical parameters, last culminating with a grand jury comprised of various eminent industrialists and globally acclaimed academicians. So this was our grand jury. We had Professor V. Kashrangan from Harvard Business School, Mr. Ambi Parameshwaran, who is a strategist and the founder of brand building, Mr. Rajiv Lochan, who is a managing director and CEO of Sundaram Finance Limited, Ms. Gayatri Yadav, Chief Marketing Officer, Peak 15 Partners, Ms. Bhavana Bindra, who is Managing Director, South Asia Riho, and Mr. Sri Krishna Sridhar Murthy, who is a co-founder and CEO of Sattva Consulting. So this was our grand jury. And that's just...
I'm Ambi Parameshwaran.
Sorry?
B.Tech Chemical Engineering, 1977.
Okay, their feedback.
I was delighted to be part of the jury panel of IIT Madras CSR Awards 2023, focused on the theme Building India 2047 through innovative technologies for better tomorrow. We went through a number of shortlisted entries, debated their merit, and also looked at a critical element, which is how have these companies applied their CSR funds to use technology to improve the quality of life of the underprivileged. So it was touching to go through a number of those wonderful entries. And once again, thank you IIT Madras for inviting me to be on this esteemed jury. I wish the event all the very, very best. Thank you.
Namaskaram. My name is Rajiv Lochan.
and I was delighted to be part of the grand jury at IIT Madras' CSR Awards for 2023. The theme was Building India for 2047 through innovative technologies for a better tomorrow. It was a humbling experience to be part of such an eminent jury, and the debates and discussions in the jury were both instructive as also inspiring. I heartily congratulate the nominees and also the winners. It was no easy task for us as a jury to pick the winners from such a wonderful group of inspirational people doing high impact innovation on such important topics for the country. I also want to take this opportunity to thank IIT Madras for thinking of me and giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Wish you all the very best. God bless you all. Thank you.
It's amazing that an institution like IIT Madras has given so much focus to what the future requires from us and has instituted these awards. As a member of the jury, I have felt very honored to be able to experience the understanding across several organizations of what it takes to have a better future for all of us. And I would really congratulate the team at IIT Madras to be able to pull together with all the effort, the evaluations for the jury to be able to go through and make the right decisions, hopefully, for what is best for our future. Wishing all the best and congratulations to all the winners for these awards.
Hi, this is Krishna, co-founder and CEO of Sattva Consulting. It was wonderful to be part of the jury for the CSR Awards at IIT Madras, where we were focusing on how technology and innovation can support the social impact ecosystem. Firstly, a big thanks and congratulations to the IIT Madras team for thinking about an award like this and hosting all of us on the jury. CSR has been a very important part of India's development over the last few years, and many companies have done very innovative stuff in this space. And IIT Madras's approach and attempt to recognize these companies that have used technology and innovation, and not just grassroots programs, but bringing in a newer approach to CSR, I think is very highly appreciable. And I'm glad that they had me join as part of the jury and as part of the journey. The discussions on the jury were very engaging, very enriching. It was a wonderful experience. All the applicants provided most of the information that we wanted, and thanks to some of the professors and teams at IIT Madras, we got a lot of support in finalizing the winners of this particular award. Kudos to everyone involved. Thanks to all the fellow jury members, and look forward to growing the technology innovation ecosystem, which can continue to work for India's development via CSR. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the next part of the program. To set the context, I invite Ms. Padma Raghavan, who will lead us through. She will MC for this portion of the program. Padma Raghavan is our VP for Corporate Partnerships. She's based out of Delhi. Over to you, Padma.
Thank you, Padma Sanath, and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. We are privileged to invite Dr. Girija Vaidyanathan, retired IAS and former Chief Secretary, Government, Tamil Nadu Government, to address the gathering. She served as the fourth and the longest serving Women Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu. Over her 38-year career, Dr. Vaidyanathan has held various key positions in the departments. One of our very notable alumni, she holds the Master's and the Doctorate from IIT Madras. With both her experience and passion for the subject, we request her to set the context to the roundtable for the corporate CSR head that we are having. We'll be discussing today winning corporate boards with technology-led CSR challenges and suggestions. I would like to invite Ms. Girija on the stage, please. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I really don't need introduction to this place, nor does anyone in the audience need, because I'm sort of a denizen of IIT. They said that I have 2 degrees from IIT, but fundamentally I've never left. I came here somewhere in '79, and I still hang around the campus seeking inspiration even in my retired years. So I am here. I'm here just to context the discussion that is going to follow. That's why I'm here. Because I think the discussion that's going to follow, the panel that's going to follow, is very important. And for the last 2-3 years, I have been working with the alumni team here at IIT, and much of what I'm going to speak today comes from what we have been discussing, and therefore, I think it is particularly important that the audience and the panel take this session very seriously, as when we look back and talk, we are going to talk about CSR, technology, research-led, technology-led research, and how it can attract CSR. Now that's roughly, you can keep wording it differently. One thing we do know is, I'm sure in the morning sessions, which were very interesting, you've all heard these statistics and these details thrown at you, but since it is my job to context, I will do it again and hope that it's not too boring. The real thing is that if you think of CSR in 2013, we're still in active service when the Government of India announced the amendments to the Companies Act. I don't think we all took it very seriously. We all thought it's one more show, literally. So I don't know about the corporate side. We do have CSR heads in the audience. We have PSU CSR heads who are going to be part of the panel. So there was a point at which many of us who have heard the term CSR many times, but we really did not take it very, we didn't think that it's going to make a sea change. Actually at that time we even read international material, and business schools throughout the world, legal experts wrote that mandated CSR will never work. I'm sure you all have seen that. We were the first country to do it. We were the first large country to take that step. In 2014, I've read Yale say it won't work. I've read UK-based business schools and legal experts say it won't work. So I think we proved them all wrong. And those of us who are a little cynical in the government sector also, we're proved wrong. And somewhere things have gone in the positive direction. And how do we prove that? We do see the numbers. The numbers have moved from, let's say, 10,000 crores of recorded CSR in 2013-14 to about 26,000 crores right now. Now, not that it means a lot, you are going to tell us much more here, but still shows that we have not, because there was this thought process that if we push CSR, then other donations will come down. There were lots of discussions going on at that time. Many countries were compared. But the other thing we did do when we talked about CSR at that time is the country didn't stop with just, as we normally do, make announcements and then stop. Because post 2014, I think the more significant things were the committee and the recommendations of the committee and the improvements that came upon in 2019 and finally in 2021. So if you go into the history of CSR, I think the clarifications that issued between 2019 and 2021 actually improved the situation, especially for institutions like ours. So we are now standing from the viewpoint of a research institution like IIT. In 2019, we were included in section 9B of the clause 7 of where it says what are the eligible expenditures under CSR. And they not only said centrally funded universities, they used the term IITs. But again, even from there, so what difference did that make? What really happened? And 21, there were a lot of clarity issued on various things, and the penal provisions were more clearly explained. Role of various institutions within the corporates and PSUs were clearly explained. All that having happened, the good news is even at the local level, there has been a big difference. And I mean, I have to take hats off to the team that works at IIT, and everyone is not here. Vasudha is here, and Padma is here, but I'm always impressed by the way they, what shall I say, soldier on, that is the right word. But we are seeing results, even over these 2019 to 23, which is, if you take it, is a very significant period. In between, we had COVID, so we also saw CSR jumping, and CSR spends for COVID-19 were something very significant in this country. But for as an institution, if we take IIT between 2019 and 2023 spending, we have got roughly more than double the amount. We were at 39 crores, we are now at 97 crores. That's just some numbers. I'm sure you've seen the PowerPoint. I'm not even sure they're right, but it proves that we are more than double at this point. Not only are we more than double, we have done two more things. We are now half of our resources from outside comes from, that is if you take HNI individuals, other sources that we get, around, I think the number always used by the team is 50-50. So CSR is now 50-50. So we have improved in overall resources coming to IIT, but we have also improved equally in CSR coming to IIT and IIT allied institutions. So that's another significant thing. The third significant thing is the number of institutions participating in the CSR has more than doubled, same doubling. We had 50 institutions in 2019, and as I said, 2019 was a watershed year with the inclusion of IIT, and we are now 105 institutions participating. Okay, more than that, the big ticket items have also increased. Of course, there's inflation, but still the number of donors who are giving us more than 50 lakhs has increased substantially. Now, all these look like, extremely good things, showing what all of you are going to share with us, because we've got the team of CSR heads here are the people who work with us closely. So they are all going to be talking to us about what is happening. So we have increased the total, we have doubled, we've increased the number of donors. We've got now roughly 94 department heads who participate in the CSR effort. Now, this is equally important. How many people from the IIT side actually see CSR as a valid source of funding? It's very difficult. We are all academics here. I'm not adding myself. I fall in no category. I'm a retired civil servant, pretend to be academic. But there are serious academics for whom this job of applying for CSR funding is something new. So, but to see that over the years we have managed to pull in cumulatively 94 of our department heads into CSR and 105 institutions who are working with us in the CSR effort, I think what I can say is that's something to celebrate, and there's something we have done right. Then why are we here having a panel? Why are we discussing 2047? I was just thinking about 2047. I will be 88 years old. It's a very scary thought. But, I never thought... somehow you always freeze yourself at some point in time. So even to be 65 and standing before you was not something I imagined. So if I have this privilege to stand before you and talk at this age, I think 2047 will come. So what are we going to, what is the context of this panel? Why is it so important? Because over the last 2-3 years, what we have seen is that institutions are more ready to participate in CSR, either in projects, visible projects, or even in scholarships, which is educational scholarships which come under the head education. Now, there are lots of reports that show this, that health and education take the maximum. The projects mode is what institutions, corporates, or even PSUs would like to spend their money on. The third one, which is research. And today, this is what we are really talking about, technology-led research, or technology and research. How to attract CSR spending into technology-led research. Now, this is, again, the jargon is not important. We have managed, as I said, the IIT team is spectacular, and they have managed to package this into centers of excellence, which do research. So we do have various, the Robert Bosch Center, we have various places where we have managed to attract some CSR into research. But there are two trends there. One is it comes only into already mildly established centers, and it is again very specific and very focused. Secondly, the tendency is again to go for what we call SDG focused research, because the word SDG is somewhere there in the guidelines. So it's not a wrong thing. I mean, everything will fall into some sustainable development goal or not. So sometimes I don't think that calling it SDG is the wrong thing, but it seems to be too forced. Why don't we talk about blue sky research, new research? How, and what we do realize is the people who are going to sit in this panel know much more than me about the difficulties in making this happen. It is, you have to convince so many people. The heads of CSR have to work as a liaison between the academic proposals on one hand and your boards, your committees, and then your boards on the other, and to convince them to take up the CSR project. Now, the job doesn't end there. You then have to find out ways of measuring and monitoring the CSR. Now, though the recent rules have allowed us this 3-year projects, which is definitely an improvement. Actually, the recent Outlook report says that 70% of companies are happy with the 3-year projects. I mean, so the 1-year projects are losing ground except in smaller places. That is all fine. But still, in a blue sky research project, how do you even write objectives? How do you measure them? I think we need further guidelines. We have, as I said, we are very happy with the way CSR has moved in this country. As a research institute, we are happy with the baby steps that have happened, that we are getting to see. This is not a small chunk of change. You're looking at 97 crores. That's not a small chunk of change. We're looking at 105 people who are walking the walk with us. I think we have made progress. But what it seems is another thing that we see is how do we move this to research, which is a stated objective of the government. But somewhere there are a lot of disconnects. For instance, when it goes into the PM Relief Fund, it just has to be donated to the PM Relief Fund. There are 5 funds there in the guidelines where it can be donated. But somewhere in the 2021 explanations, it says that for others, which includes us, which will be institutes of like IIT, you cannot just give the money there and treat it as CSR spend. You have to follow it up. So how do you follow it up? That becomes a challenge because there's now a responsibility cast upon the committee and the board of directors to watch this. So this is one thing, and this is particularly different for PSUs. It's particularly difficult for PSUs because PSUs are our main. If we look at if we look at us as a research institution, some of the largest CSR is going to come from Navaratna's PSUs, the PSUs which are multi-state. So they need not be based in Chennai. They are all over the country. Now these PSUs have a lot of pressure to do a little in each place. And that is something we know it's realistic. Everyone wants their own little hospital to be painted, their own little lake to be cleaned. That is the way things go. So for the PSU to even think of research, it is even more difficult because your stakeholders are not just one promoter group. You have a lot of people to answer to. So our point really is, will it help? Last year we had a town hall here when the finance minister had come, and we actually had proposed this. Last time we did not get that much, what should I say, interest in this, but this year I do feel we have a panel where we will get this going. If we talk about, can we actually set apart for PSUs or corporates above a particular size, reserving a portion for technology-led research. And I really think, oh, yes, you have got too many rules, you're already mandating, you're already doing too much stuff, don't throw more things at us. But sometimes I think that this helps, and this is for the panel to discuss. What are the things that we do? Last year we had even proposed that if there was a small committee to be set up for guidelines on how to monitor and measure and monitor research projects with representatives from both CSR heads as well as from academics, then we would prepare a report with recommendations and send it to where people could be able to use it. So we repeat that recommendation. Could we reserve something? Could we write some more guidelines which are unique to research projects? Because research projects cannot be taken in the same way as the other kind of projects that we normally do. So how do we persuade more people to jump on the research bandwagon? And how do we really make a difference in institutions like ours? And the third side is, how do we again persuade more of our colleagues, the academic colleagues, to pitch for CSR funds in an appropriate way that will help you to meet your guidelines properly, your timelines properly, because I know you also have complaints about the way the panelists will definitely have a lot of stories to tell about the way we are not submitting our reports in time or submitting our proposals in time. We are always running to stay in that place. So I think this is a very, very interesting time, and the government of India, the good thing about it is listening. There have been many changes, and we've moved forward in many of the CSR areas. So I think this is an extremely good time to join here today, think of 2047, and see whether you as a group can tell us what more we can do as an institution, what more could be done in the guidelines to help for both corporates and PSUs to pick up good technology-led research projects without the issues that we are now facing. So that is the context. I'm eagerly looking forward to listening to the panel. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Professor Mahesh, we request you to come and felicitate ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now we move forward to the next stage of our evening. We would now like to invite on stage our panelists for the round table. These are the corporate functional heads and the CSR heads who play a very pivotal role as key change makers in driving decisions to enable technology-led CSR. They play a tough job navigating decisions via multiple stakeholders, both external as well as internal. I will be calling out the panelist name as per the alphabetical order. Request you all to please come on stage for further discussion. Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, Senior Director and Global Head Sustainability Admin Brilio. Mr. A.S. Prasad, GM South Asia, Asia and Australia for Integrated Rack Solutions, Vertiv Energy. Ms. Deepa Nagaraj, Senior Vice President, Head, Sparkle Innovation, Ecosystems and Communication, Emphasis. Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap, CSR Head, VP, Capgemini. Ms. Taruna Gupta, ED, CSR, REC Limited. Mr. Neeraj Kapoor, General Manager, CSR, NTPC. And Mr. Sridhar N.E., Chief Sustainability Officer, Head, CSR, Titan Limited. I would now request Mr. Prashant Nair to kindly moderate the session. Thank you so much.
Check 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Girija ma'am, thank you very much. That was a fantastic sort of context-setting speech. It really helped a lot for me to be able to conduct this session. Thank you very much, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us here on the panel. So I think Girija ma'am set the context, and it kind of allows me to launch into the questions straight away. By the way, I think the combined CSR budgets for all of your organizations together, I wanted to actually ask each of you together what is the annual budget? Should we? Should we? I mean, at least should run into 4 digits. So yeah, I mean, as Girija ma'am also said, it's not small change. I mean, she was of course talking about what IIT Madras was able to raise, but I think the total amount which has been able to, which we're talking about for the people on the panel, the organizations they represent, is very large. So let me start with Mr. Kapoor, if I can, or when you represent one of the largest organizations on this panel with one of the largest budgets. What are the big challenges that you face when you are talking to boards to be able to sort of allocate CSR spends towards technology initiatives? Are there challenges? How much is happening? Just set the context a little bit from your organization's perspective.
Good afternoon, Vanakkam, and thank you, Prashant, for starting the discussion right from me so that the odd man is out at the earliest. Of course, you rightly said that NTPC is a major public sector with a big budget. But yes, I would not call it a big budget per se because it is a misnomer. And that I have been facing it as a CSR head when people approach me for funding. That is also one of the challenges. When they see our website, they see, okay, they are having a budget of 300 crores, 300 plus. And fortunately or unfortunately, we have been spending more than what has been our mandate. For the last 4 years, we have been spending much more than that, even in the COVID years, when, of course, we were asked to donate the big amount in the PM CARES Fund. But our spending is much more than not much more, but it is more than the mandated average of 2% profit. But if you also see that NTPC operates pan-India, and we have to allocate our budgets. Last year we allocated it to 41 odd locations. We have one balance sheet, but we have operations at more than 40 locations in the country. Apart from that, of course, as a PSU, as Girja ma'am already pointed out, it's very difficult for a PSU to allocate its budget because there are masters. I hope I am not quoted outside. It's for academic purpose.
The cameras are not rolling, so please feel free.
But then there are constraints, and we have to operate within the parameters of the government. We have to also take considerations of the requirements of the government, because we are the extended arms of the government, no doubt. So 41 odd locations, so many public representatives, opinion makers, academicians. Then if you start seeing the budget at a local level, it is minuscule. Maybe it doesn't even touch the double figure mark.
So
that is one of the challenges.
So it's approximately it's about 7.5 crores. That's the way to look at it per project.
We have our internal system of giving as per the need assessment. We don't directly just give. We do have a thumb rule, but depending upon the size of the project, the catchment area, because we normally spend the CSR activities budget in the vicinity of our operations, which is also as per the guidelines. So depending upon the size of the project, it is around that figure. But if it is a small gas-based project, if the only catchment area is very less, then the budget would be very less. As also the fact that there are some developed states where the requirements with the basic needs which we attempt to are already met, then the requirements like in backward state, like I'll not call backward state, some state may get but there are some states which require more budgets than the more developed states.
But how much of this went to technology?
Yes, I was coming to that. Yeah. You see, I am very happy today because these were two verticals till now, technology and social interventions. And I am very happy to be sitting in IIT, which is a technological premier institute where we are talking of social initiatives and the intervention of technology. This has not happened in the past, very frankly speaking, it has not happened. Whatever technological innovations have happened, there may be big innovations. We are going to the moon, we are going to the Mars, we are having elite, probably among the 5 countries of the world. But the basic needs which are required at a local level for a country like India, and where CSR interventions with technological interventions play a major role, that has rightly not happened, as everybody was giving marks in the morning session. I would also rate, as far as the technological initiatives are concerned, on a similar scale. It needs to be scaled up, and probably now we see this opportunity because there are now these good institutes which are coming up, which are eyeing and which are exploring opportunities for more association.
From what I understand, what you're saying is it's not that there is any opposition to giving to technology to solve social problems, but it's just that there are so many other deserving issues, pressing issues where one can spend, even with a large budget like yours.
Yes, that is one of the challenges, and the other challenges, as far as if you see technological interventions, you see these are disruptors. Technological interventions are disruptors. It could be positive, it could be negative. So you have to also see when you are addressing the issues of food security, then you have to also see how this digital technology which is coming, how it is going to affect, how you have to, there's a flip side to as well. Because we are already seeing in the matters of cryptocurrency, in the matters of terrorism, in the matters of cyber security. So if you are putting down now technology in such a large scale at a CSR intervention level, These are the challenges which also have to be taken care of.
Got it. I think, Mr. Sridhar, you want to come in? Please.
I want to come in. There's the rule breaker morning you mentioned, right? I work for Titan and we are a joint venture with the government of Tamil Nadu. Honestly, in my board, there's no issue at all on this. Where the challenge comes in is when we start navigating that whole subject. And let me give an example. I think way back, I think Madam Vasudha knows this, we started working with IIT Research Park. The formative years, 2014, 12, 13, 14, around that time. And we just took a call saying that we'll give a grant of 50 lakhs. And we were the first corporate as a CSR money to give it. And then we said, no questions asked. Go ahead, and then we started looking over the future projects. But I don't think the law caught up with us, but the way the law got interpreted got up with us. Then said, no, you can't put into corpus, you need to figure out what is the project, and what Dr. Madam was saying a few minutes back. If that's not cracked, you just can't put in money there. You can't put in money over there and then say that this is meant for a corpus, it's meant for research. Because research, by definition, means it has a time, I won't say a duration, but it has a long-term gestation on that. Therefore, there's no limitation from the corporate board is concerned. It's up to the way in which it is presented and taken forward. There are many examples we took forward, and one way to crack it and one step to move forward, certainly to break the ice and not wait for too many rules to be changed or whatever is it. Can we move on? In the morning we had a presentation talking about a lot of PhDs, a lot of subjects, but then uske baad, what happens to the commercial part of it? And that was the first conversation we had at the Research Park. And there we said, look, and I think if I remember right, in 2014, the welding simulator, which was the first product which would come out of that, and we said, we will just take it and give it out to the ITIs. So we just took it on, then move on and take it out to the ITIs over there, and they started using them. And today, all the government ITIs in Tamil Nadu has that. We just influenced it. Now, these are places for us to start and move on rather than keep waiting for the rules to change or earmark budgets and things like that. Honestly, the board, we just don't need to, wrangle too much saying that will they approve or not approve. This is my experience. I thought I should put on the table.
No, very helpful, sir. So you're in a way saying that you have to monitor it, as Girija ma'am was also saying. It is not just you give and then you forget about it. You have to monitor. And in some organizations, it could be an issue of bandwidth. I mean, it's, you don't want to take on that responsibility, etc., etc. But I mean, I think you gave a good example of what you did at Titan. Ms. Gupta, if you can sort of tell us about your experience of sort of trying to convince boards to spend on technology.
Hello, everybody. At first, it is a very surreal feeling today to come into IIT Madras. It's like social scientists trying to marry the technological scientists today. And see, in terms of CSR, we all work with a set amount of budgets. Try as we hard, we cannot ask our boards to double the budgets. So within that set and done, the first and foremost things which guide more, so I think the PSUs, as Neeraj ji would also say, is we need to put money into demonstrable projects with demonstrable outcomes in a near time frame. We would love to do technology research projects. It's just that it's very difficult for us, as assessing officers, we are the intermediary between the people who come up with technological solutions and the board. And it's very difficult. As you said, corpus, it doesn't work for us because ultimately it's very difficult to measure the outcomes out of a corpus. We are very happy to use technology for implementing our social projects. For example, in the recent past, we've had immense benefits coming out of, say, outreaching of smart classrooms. That's where technology, it has been developed at some stage. It's just that at the grassroots where technology was not reaching, we have been able to reach it because of the concerted efforts of a lot of technology service providers. Not just that, it helps us in monitoring our projects. So now we today are running about at least, say, 20 medical units which are traveling across the hinterland and small remote areas every day in, day out. How do we monitor? How do we know the impact? Again, the technology. It's the people who have developed IT systems for us. Sitting at my desk, I have an app. I can know which van has reached where, how many people have come and benefited, or whether the van is playing truant or not going. So I'm saying the technological interfaces and their impacts are huge for us. And I really hope that rather than just trying to serve technology as an end to itself, we'll rather use it as a means to our project implementation. ultimately, sir, the whole impact is to reach the unserved in a way that it impacts their lives and improves their social beings. So most of the places where we are trying to operate, they're totally untouched by technology. So the idea is to reach them the basic necessities. Technology come in well and good. So we like partners who can come up with simple solutions to help implement projects, which will kind of improve the lives and the planet. The one small intervention we have done recently with IIT Madras, I was driving by, it was a beautiful green campus. REC has tried to add a little bit more green into the greenness of this campus by setting up a solar plant. That was 4 or 5 years ago. That time is the time which we dovetailed our lending operations. We were starting getting big into renewable energy lending operations. That's how we got a lot of partners. And there's a right time when IIT Madras wrote to us, and our board was very, very forthright about it, and that's how it got implemented. I hope it's a small step in the journey of net zero in the years to come.
No, I can tell you that everyone is very excited about what REC is able to do in terms of lending to the renewables sector. So absolutely, point taken. And thank you for that. Mr. Pratap, if I can ask you to come in. Are there challenges that you face when you ask both to spend on technology initiatives, or that is not really an issue?
It's easier now with three of us who are sitting here. This particular question, we'll say that it's a lot more easier. The only difference, or one particular suggestion which I'll give when we start this particular discourse, the moment we bring budget to CSR, and when we start budget, we somewhere lose the overall importance of why we need to do CSR. CSR is not just money. And that's one of the reasons why I said that I'm not going to share the number there. Because the moment we bring in how much money that I'm bringing to the table, we are going to defeat the larger purpose of why there's a need for corporate to get involved in some of these stuff. Why the purpose needs to be at the center stage of everything that we are doing. Why this is so important to bring in empathy in the work that we are doing at with the community there. And that's the reason why somewhere the moment you bring in money there, you somewhere shift the focus of some of these important elements to the background there. That's one of the reasons why my advice to the larger CSR ecosystem will be there. It's not about money only. Money is important. No one is going to deny that particular fact. But the moment we only talk about 27,000 crore that we are going to invest it through CSR, that's a small element of fund that government is spent in our development district there. It's not even a fraction of the overall development fund there. So we are not bringing in huge amount of, I'll say, development fund there as per the budget concern. But what we are certainly bringing in a huge focus on some of the important elements, some of the important causes, some of the important constituencies that people are not talking about. And that's the larger purpose of why we need to do CSR. Because, for example, there are a number of unheard communities there, number of unheard voices there, number of communities who are not part of the larger development mainstream there. And CSR in number of ways, by number of corporates, they brought them into the center stage of some of the work that's happening there, irrespective of the fund that is getting allocated there. There are, I'll say, sizable out of 26,000 crore that we are talking about. There are around 72% of the total fund is contributed by MSME sector. None of us belong to that particular sector there. They are contributing around 50 lakh, 25 lakh, 10 lakh, 12 lakh, 18 lakh, 1 CR, 2 CR, very small amount of money there. And none of them will be asked this particular question about how much you're investing in. But the consolidated number or the overall number that the whole sector is bringing in is huge. And there are a number of agencies who are really bringing in that particular component to what is called talk about or bringing in development priorities of some of the
Mr. Pratap, I take your point.
Reasons there.
I took your point about...
I'll come to the last point on the tech part of it. These days become a lot more easier for us to talk about it, get the consent. At Capgemini, everything that we do in CSR is about digital. So if you ask me how much we are allocating 100% there. That's the shortest possible answer.
No, my question was not actually about the amounts. It was just a segue into the conversation.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it was not about. It was more on a lighter note than anything else. I mean, you
No,
know,
that was picked up very seriously by all of us. Yeah.
No, it was just a conversation starter, so as to speak. Deepa, tell us about what your experience has been, and
Sure.
yeah.
First of all, thank you all for staying back. I know after a carb-loaded lunch and after the minister speaking, it's not easy. Thank you again for staying awake and listening to us. Appreciate it. And Kaviraj, thank you for having diversity on this panel. When I entered and saw the first panel and I saw all men there, I'm like, Kaviraj, you're going to get pulled up for this, right? IIT is like the home of STEM education for women. Right? There are more women who've passed out of this university than anybody else. So hopefully we'll have more representation going forward. Just to kind of give you a bit of background, Prashant, before I talk about this subject, right? If you see, you don't see CSR in my profile because CSR is not my core job. I manage an innovation ecosystem for a technology services company. So which means while we have our own R&D lab, my job is to look for startups, academicians, researchers, anybody that is able to solve a particular solution, white label it and take it to market smarter, better, faster, rather than having to reinvent the wheel, right? So like for example, if there is quantum technologies, quantum is a really expensive proposition for most of us. And also we're trying to figure what is quantum, right? Is that really AI on steroids or is there more to it? How do you kind of apply it? I don't have the funds to be able to do this myself. I don't have the people, right? And India also is a very interesting space in technology, right? Like they say, we missed the entire industrial revolution, moved from agriculture to digital. Even with where we are in technology, we're kind of leaping to AI and quantum. Right? And if that is the next piece of it, shouldn't I have a piece of the pie to be able to monetize that, take that to market faster, rather than waiting to play catch up as a country? So the way I look at CSR or the organization looks at CSR is exactly like how a consultant would look at a go-to-market or a product. What is the need of the hour? Where do you think there is white space? Where can I create the impact for it? And therefore, how do I measure it, right? As a technology services company, it's easier for us to look at technologies for us to help leapfrog that. And therefore, how do I become a catalyst for it? It's not just about throwing money at a problem and say, you solve it. IIT is a fantastic institution that will solve it. But I also have folks in the organization who can look at each project and say, this is going well, this is not going well. I have clients globally who can come back and say, you know, instead of you concocting something in a dark lab that nobody knows or will see the light of day or be able to apply it, can I get you solutions from the world over for you to work on? Can I create collaborations with, say, University of Calgary that has a father of quantum technologies for you to work with, right? How do I bring in various different things together over and above the budget? Like my friend here said, the money is just one part of it, right? Bringing the ecosystem together is, I think, the power of what all of us collectively can do here. And again, government recognizes this, and most of us have probably been doing some part of CSR before the 2% mandate 10 years ago, right? This just helps us bring it all together, bring in a structure. And one of the other things we spoke about is the ESG piece. Everybody here understands ESG, right? Everybody talks about climate change. This year, Davos, of course, there was no conversation on climate change. There were still as many number of private jets that landed here to talk about climate change. However, I sincerely believe that we are the last generation that can do anything on climate change before there is irreplaceable damage done to the world. Bringing in sustainability into technology is again something that is important to us, and therefore I manage ESG, and under ESG comes the entire CSR part. Bringing in everything is what we bring to the table, not just funds. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad, you work with, I think your organization works with IIT Madras, right? And
Yes.
Has for a while. So give us the perspective and what your experience has been.
Okay, so it was a chance meeting with IIT Bombay for a technology initiative that I came to IIT Chennai around 2 years ago, post-COVID, to figure out what can we do in the space that we operate in, which is in data centers, sustainability, cooling and all that. And that's when I realized that funds given to IITs also qualifies for CSR. And then I had some discussions with the CSR team here, went back to the board, and I told the board that money given to IITs qualifies for CSR. How do we spend it gainfully? So we had two options. One is to do it on the technology part, other one is the society and the social responsibility part of it. So we said we will give half of the money for the technology part of it on research on something, and 50% of that we will give it for something really socially which is going to impact. And then we looked at options as to what is the biggest challenges our country has. Like if India has to grow from current 6.5 to 7% GDP to something like 10% GDP over 30 years, if we can do that, India is going to really leapfrog to $31 trillion from current GDP size. And so we have a board which is again from public sector companies like NTPC and Engineers India Limited. So they're very, very people with a lot of gray hair, much more than me. And they said, learning outcomes. That's a big problem in the country today. So there is a high school student can't even do a third standard school's mathematics. A 10th class student can't even read or write even on his own mother tongue properly. So that's the kind of issue. So we said that we will try to improve on that, and that's when we went to IIT Madras here. We met with some two professors here. So we're working on two projects. One is there is a lot of science content in English, but it is not there in the vernacular languages. So we're working with the professor here to convert all these English language science books, not just textbooks. Textbooks, government is doing it, but the vernacular books in terms of like Isaac Asimov's science books, which we want to get to the people on the very, very lower strata in their language. So we started with Telugu first, and with this year we are going to start doing with Kannada, and the experience is fantastic. We are also doing a work with IIT Madras, wherein there's something called Teach to Learn. So we're working with the professor here on Teach to Learn, which is about, there are two parts in it. One is a 10th class student who is really good is able to teach a 6th class student. So there's a dearth of good teachers in the country and in the state. In Tamil Nadu, the problem is lesser. So we are trying to do it Tamil Nadu this year. Next year, we want to do it with West Bengal also, wherein a high school student, a 10th class student who is really good will also teach a 6th class student, and IIT students will actually go and teach the 10th, 11th and 12th class children. Plus, we are also trying to give them what is known as one lab per panchayat or per school. So we are setting up device labs in these schools. So very, very basic things. How does a torchlight work? How does a dynamo work? How does a battery work? So those kind of exposure the kids in the rural parts of our country do not have. We just take it for granted, the urbanized kids, but it's not available to them. And then the first part of it is over now. So this year we're actually setting up 3D printing labs in all these schools. And the whole point is to actually make them not just, we want to help them understand the manufacturing part of it and also give them some social skills in terms of becoming entrepreneurs themselves. So there is a stall outside where we are working with Professor Piyush Ghosh, wherein small dolls and kind of toys are made with 3D printing, which the students have done. So that also makes them confident. And then we're trying to teach them how to go and sell this outside. Because if this country has to get into the next level of growth, it has to be through entrepreneurship. We can't, the government or the industries can't give so many jobs to everybody. I think Mike switched off. I think it's as per plan, so I will stop speaking right now. Thank you very much.
I'm sure it was not. Mr. Ranjan, first word, sir, on the topic. You've heard everyone, the other panelists. Just tell us your experience and we'll kick it off there, please.
I'm using the same mic, hope it okay. Okay, so good afternoon everyone, and thank you IIT for inviting me. If the number, the money and the budget was a criteria, I was not sitting here for sure. So the fact is that last 10 years, I think the topic is India 2047, the last decade per se, in CSR, sustainability or any matter per se, there has been like a leapfrog in terms of whatever happened, right? And especially for me, 2014 was a very, very critical year. Why is that? 2014, we saw the CSR law came in. 2014, the company which I work for, Brilio Technologies, was established. 2014, we saw a new regime came in the Indian government, right? The new Prime Minister and the whole. And there's a new rigor in terms of what the climate change has to be. And the fourth happened is that I moved from marketing to sustainability. So that's the last decade has been. What I have seen, as an outsider, a bystander, because I'm not a typically trained CSR or sustainability professional. I did my master's from IIT Ghaziabad, worked in marketing for a decade. One of the things which I used to see that, I use this term called DIF, like people used to donate, inaugurate, and forget. Right? Such a typical, I was also in Rotary Club for 2 decades. I have seen that happening as well. So this is what the kind of things which was initially. But what is happening now, build, operate, and transfer. I think my co-panelists may agree to this, but that's the kind of transformation I have seen in the last 10 years. If you look at the board, I don't think the board is board is like totally equipped with the what data information. We are not looking at things like what's my 1 year CSR budget. I have a plan for 2030 in terms of CSR, in terms of what is my, I have goals defined for next 8 years. And not when we started CSR, we had goals defined for a longer period. And the good part is that I lead a global charter, like I lead the Global Sustainability Program. I have a budget which encompasses of all the countries where we operate. 7 countries we operate at this point of time. So the point we do look at that parlance, that we decide the project first, impact first, and then we look at the budgets. Compliance is the last thing we think about, because we are not doing CSR for compliance, because 2014 we started, 2015 we started doing CSR. There were no compliance applied to us. So that's a general sense it is, and I totally agree. If I ask you, what's your CTC? Will you tell me? It's a turn-off conversation, right? So if any non-profit comes to me, sir, kitna paisa hai aapke paas? How much budget you have? I'm like, okay, thank you. So that's approach. It's again a lighter note, okay?
No,
you started a lighter note, I'm finishing a lighter note, being the last on the panel. So don't take it. But that's very important. I think the whole conversation that this company has donated X thousand crores, or this amount is no longer a conversation. Nobody talks about it. Nobody writes about it. Media doesn't talk about it. What if it talks about the impact? And if you as a receiver or a grantee, if you come as this kind of conversation, then we are talking at the same length. Otherwise, you go to the vendor partnership, giver taker kind of relationship, right? So it's like a co-creator. We are not here to get just see. What Anurag said, right? He is my school senior, and I really respect him a lot. What he said that it's not just the money. Look at the people like us and his teams and volunteers, all of us, right? How much of intellectual power we come to that, right? So that's like a 10x or 5x of what we actually put on the table in terms of cash.
So I think one thing is absolutely clear. That in the morning we had, for example, the CEO panel, and almost all of them said, at least 85% of them said that when you talk about spending on technology, and many of them were listed companies, they said that one of the challenges is slightly short-termism. You're looking at, for the listed entities, it's quarter se quarter tak. You're looking at, you're answering questions. Why did you spend? Can you really look at slightly the long game? Spend on projects which will not show results immediately, but will show results a few years down the line. Is there sort of is that an issue at all as sort of functional heads who look at overseas CSR budgets? Yeah, please.
I think you're absolutely right. I think at least one CXO mentioned that, yes, the focus is there to say what is happening tomorrow because I'm putting in money today on the CSR. And that's not going to go away so easily because we are living on the past money. The 2% is not the future definition, it's on the past money. I'm a little bit surprised when you ask the first question, how much is the CSR money? I think we're all declaring it on the website. It's all known. Mine is 58 crores. So I'm just wondering, where is the hesitation in even talking about the CSR? It's all there. I'm just surprised that, why. Let me finish. I just took the mic. Oh, I thought I wanted to say something. The second point I just want to, talking on the challenge, I just want to take one example and then run through it. The challenge on this technology is like this. Now, into this stall, and that's the only stall I spend a lot of time on Teach to Learn. Direct corporates and like us and many of us who implement CSR, and we don't have a foundation on ourselves. We depend a lot on partners and NGOs. And let's all admit, in India, the development sector is largely governed by the NGO sector. And yeah, of course, institutions, education institutions are all there, but the NGO sector is there to stay. Just simple example on technology in education, okay? The decision making for corporates, where the challenge is, okay? I'm having one of my large programs on education, girl child education, so on and so forth, and we are working with some 3-4 partners. And by and large, we go with what the partner brings into the table. If tech-based, let's say a tab or whatever it is, and then embedded into that is the curriculum, etc., we go ahead with that. Then there are other partners, and today the definition of STEM, and I take it from me, every second partner who are just doing education nowadays believes that they do STEM. And honestly, ask them the definition. Somebody says, I set up a lab, it's called STEM. Somebody says, I set up a mobile van, which is another STEM, etc., etc., that various definitions. This is the second part of the challenge. The third part of the challenge also is, again, coming into this aspect of what we see over here. And there are organizations, well-known organizations, I did take up with the gentleman over there, who's doing great in science education, putting up labs everywhere and been around for quite some time. How do we demystify this, and what do we see the technology over here? And when when I was actually having an engrossed conversation over here, I said, hey, look, what you're doing here is fine, but here I have these 3-4 pieces. Can IIT actually sit and then say that which piece suits most? And all of us are very clear, by and large, in the government schools, corporation schools, etc. The other one, and this is a point pushed back to the government, and it's okay if I tell this also, the last couple of years, the Nama School Foundation is sitting on our head. Now, where to do, what to do, some of our programs have been rejected. And that's another challenge we need to also deal with when we bring in all these things. And therefore, here is a real challenge on bringing technology. I'm just taking education, go to skilling, go to many other places, there's any other thing. And on the budget, I just want to leave a last point. I may not get the mic again. Everyone talked about 20,000, 25,000 crores. It's true. I was in the very similar panel in Delhi. In fact, also my colleagues tell me I have to stop attending panels. Everybody, and all of them, national CIA panel, okay? Everybody spoke about the last 10 years, how many thousand crores went, and then very proudly, graph after graph, 23,000 crores, etc. What surprised was that not one person spoke on outcome of what happened on all those things any year. I was just surprised why this doesn't even get conversed. We all are very good local optimizing. Let's be very clear. We would have done this, therefore we've done this school, that school. Not one indicator of the 25,000, I'm sure it across some 70, 80,000 crores in the last 10 years, maybe more. The outcomes. Therefore, how do we even expect to say that 3 years from now, even think of putting something on a research project? It's a question I'm leaving, but I'm open to debate and discuss and take it forward. Thank you so much.
Mr. Pratap, I think you wanted to end, please.
You want to? Okay. I thought he should not feel that he's reacting to that.
point is कि उस दो चूहे की लड़ाई में बिल्ली पूरी रोटी खा जाती है, उस चक्कर में नहीं हो सर, ठीक है? So let me answer this particular thing. Hold on. No one is getting into the budget thing. It's just perfectly fine taking the numbers there. The reason why I raised that particular point was that when you bring in money at the center stage of all the discussion takes a very financial terms there. That's the only limiting point which I'm bringing in. It's already available there. My salary is also available these days in annual report there. So. You, rather than asking me about my CTC, is there in the annual report. But the larger point is that there is a number of other contours related to CSR there. And you have rightly pointed out that when you attend any of these seminars, you will feel that all of us collectively have solved India's problem. India has become developed. Because we have put in so much money, we have changed so many lives. If we compile all these numbers there, at least 3 India got developed in last 40, 45 years. So. And the moment you attend any of the meeting outside the seminar rooms, when you meet the NGOs and then suddenly you realize that India is back to what India was in 1947 or so, where there is no development and everyone is seeking fund to do certain things there. And the reality is somewhere in between of both these things. Everyone is bringing in their effort there to ensure that we have to create change there. Difference from the CXO panel to our panel is that for them, quarter to quarter becomes very important for them to report it back to shareholders there. For us as CSR, there is no change that you'll see in quarter to quarter reporting. Because you are dealing with human beings there, you're not dealing with finances. You're not dealing with profits, you're not dealing with margins there, but you're dealing with individuals where even a skilling program will take 5 months to complete. Another 15 days to 20 days to get the placement there. Education will take at least 7 years to complete. Give me that kind of result. So I cannot have that quarter to quarter performance there to tell you that, hey, this is how I'm moving in there. I need to, in all seriousness, we need to think long term. It can't be short term. Unfortunately, we may think that, hey, it's difficult to do this because my budget is getting decided on an annual basis. I still remember in 2014, one of the board meeting, when I presented for the first time a 3-year budget for 5-year budget for one of the proposals there. One of the board members said that, hey, Anurag, how can we do this particular thing? And another board member said that, hey, this is not more than even the money that he's asking for second or third year is less than what you draw, including your bonuses and all. So we can easily commit this particular number there. And I think we were the initial one who said that nothing less than 3 years that we should be committing ourselves to one particular cause. You can't see a change there. Look at into any R&D that one is doing. You can't talk to any professors here, talk to any NGO individual there. You cannot bring in a lasting impact within 12 months of your intervention. 3 months goes into mobilization. Next 3 months last 3 months will go in for looking for newer funding opportunity. So you are hardly 6 months you are working on that particular project. My take is difference from CXO panel to this particular panel is there the profit becomes the key agenda for us, the impact becomes the larger agenda there. For impact, you'll have to get investors there for a longer period of time there. Thank you.
Mr. Kapoor, please.
I would just add to your query which you had put to us in the second part. Apart from these long-term gestation projects which do take time, there are certain other things which also can be undertaken by these premier research institutions which touch the lives of our maybe rural folk or the people in their day-to-day lives, whether improving their income levels, whether easing their life or something. I'll just give you two examples. I was visiting one engineering college in outside the country where a few years back a person was researching on the drone, and he said that I am trying to, at that time drone was a new thing, and through drone he was trying to, he showed that he is trying to, the research project was that on an apple tree, how many apples, exact number of apples are counted by that drone in a matter of seconds. Now that farmer knows in advance how much this time he is going to earn out of this, so that he can plan his things better. So that sort of a thing can also be thought of rather than drone only delivering pizzas or controlling mobs. So this is one sort of a simple change which would happen, and it's not a long-term project. The other thing which I would talk about is, like NTPC has been sponsoring archery in a big way, and over the recent past we have, since we have come into picture, around more than 200 medals worldwide archers have won. Recently we were also awarded with this, the Hindu group recognized our efforts. Now there's one Sheetal Devi, people might have heard about that girl. She doesn't have hands, and she does archery with her leg. So when she started doing it, she's from a small village in Jammu, and like at that time they were looking for some gadget so that she could use that gadget to do archery with her legs. And though it was available outside at a huge cost. So these are simple solutions which maybe industry is having money, but partners like you can provide the solutions. So apart from these long term, like about cancer which is happening here, I was told that in US they have been, I don't know, maybe my this statement is, I don't know, it was made somewhere, so I was just quoting it. They said that they have been able to bring down the cancer in US by 30% over a period of time. Whereas in our country, cancer is increasing. Though there has been an umpteen number of research. I remember when I was a kid, even then cancer was being the most talked about researched disease. It is still going on. But whether we have some, we studied how we are going to reduce, or it's only a general research which will at some point of time take out some solution, and at that time the effect would be visible. So these things, I think, if we correlate with if our industry partners look for such type of projects also, they may not be very long term and not also at a very great cost.
Do all of you feel, and this was a point in the morning, the CEO panel as well, which came out, that many times companies are not aware of the kind of work which a lot of educational institutes, for example, are doing. IIT Madras, of course, is an exception because it's well recognized in the field of research, etc. Is there a challenge at all, or it's kind of, you know, if you wanted to spend on something, you'd know where to go, in that sense?
Yes, I think globally there is a lot of awareness on what most organizations do. There's both pull and push, right, for either of these. There's either a challenge that you're looking to solve for, or there is something that you read about and you think it's interesting and how do I participate, right? It's actually the flip of it. I think we get just so much, it's overwhelming to get the amount of data that we get and sieving through that and doing our litmus test to say, where do you want to put your dollar in versus otherwise? And I completely agree, all of our projects are long-term projects, right? Because it's based on impact and not really the dollar amount. Government of India as well says these projects can be up to 3 years, but if you're going to look at that long-term and you have this as a rolling contract for multiple years, then you can have 5-year, 6-year contracts, right? There are ways of doing that. So knowing how long it would take to have impact, knowing who is doing what, or if you think nobody is doing, even put that out, right? And I don't think the onus is just on corporates like us or institutes like yourself to be able to do it. Government of India as well is doing a lot of work. While we don't give them enough credit where it is, Government of India, the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office has created something called the Manthan app, which is aggregating all the startups that are there. So it's almost like, for a lack of a better term, matchmaking for startups, right? Matchmaking for CSR. Right from Elon Musk to Bill Gates Foundation, everybody's listed there. They say how much funds are there. Every single CSR project that you want funds for, you can go and list there. So that is consolidated, and if it is out there, I think it's your onus to be able to go and find it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think it's more of an opportunity for I think what has happened in the last 10 years that, we had a lot of these aggregators in between, but I think what I do and what I see some of my colleagues in the industry, they want to work with somebody who has a direct implementation, capabilities. I think the middle layer is slowly getting, so I think that's where the IIT Madras has a great play in it. I think one area which, again, I think it's contradicting again to what we discussed in the first leg of this discussion. I think there's a huge surge going to happen with the small, medium enterprises, the way we are looking at the whole value chain, supply chain sustainability. And I think it's an opportunity because most of the time everybody hits to the people with the fat money, right? But I think there's we are talking about what? 20,000 companies who complies to CSR law approximately. But then we have lakhs of companies who are totally not complied with the CSR law. They don't have to. but then the businesses will force them to comply to this whole supply chain sustainability. I think that's where a good work from institutions like you who go at beyond the expectations. I think that's in one area I would like to probably bring to the table, that how we can make sure that the MSMEs and the small industries in the country get access to get to the best and best in sustainability.
Mr. Prasad, you want to add something to that? It's working, so I think, no? Yeah.
Yeah. The question was about whether industry knows what academia side is doing on the CSR front. Absolutely. IIT Madras has a very, very vibrant CSR group here. Once you get in touch with them, then they will constantly follow up and keep telling you about what are the new projects that's coming up. So that is exceptional work being done by IIT Madras. I think the large IITs, the Bombay, the Kanpur, Delhi, they have this kind of a setup, but not the new ones, like the Goa and the Indore. I think they're struggling to, because nobody gets connected with them. That's one part of it. Other part of it is, like, I come from an American company. We're not a listed company here, 100% owned. But because we have this mandatory 2% thing, we're doing it. And then what I've realized is there is something called dharmic capitalism also, right? So the board has also started realizing the value of doing something for the society to change the lives of people in our locality and in the country that we operate in.
Isn't that all of CSR? I mean, that the last part that you said, dharmic CSR.
Yeah, dharmic capitalism. Okay, that's what the term.
But isn't that, doesn't all of what you do under CSR come under that? Or, I mean, is that separate? Is that
no. What I'm saying is that the 2% money, we said we will do it completely for the purpose of not getting any benefit back out of it directly, but indirectly for the society.
Dharma, not religion, right?
Dharma is much beyond religion, right? Yeah.
Can I just put in one last bit here?
Yes, ma'am, please.
With all our tech partners, IITs, and there are so many other research institutes, my little bit of request is, let us not work in silos. Let us not just do research for the sake of research. I would ideally like, if you are working on a hypothesis, work with the community, work with a life project, and try and showcase us the impact it's already likely to have or going to have on those people. The acceptability of the technology intervention will be much higher with donor corporates who are out there looking for good projects.
Absolutely. I think let's wrap this up. I think we're, Kaviraj, we're done on time as well. So, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. And hopefully next year, we can have a person from IIT as well here. Maybe IITs addressing and answering questions from the industry. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I would like you all to stay here. It was a very insightful talk and very, very exciting to hear every one of your perspective. I would now like to request Professor Kamakoti and Professor Mahesh to please come and felicitate our experts.
Thank you. Just one minute.
Yeah. So we'll start with Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, Senior Director for Global Sustainability. In the front, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'd like to request Mr. A.S. Prasad to please come forward.
Next time have the CSR panel before lunch and before award.
Thank you so much. Ms. Deepa Nagaraj. Mr. Anurag Pratap. Ma'am Taruna Gupta, please. Mr. Neeraj Kapoor. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Neeraj Kapoor, please. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I'll just get it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Miss. Next one. Yeah. Miss Girja Vaidyanathan. Yeah, Mr. Sridhar.
Just wondering how many of these are.
Mr. Sridhar. Thank you so much, everyone. Prashant Nair, please. Mr. Prashant Nair. I will do that, yeah.
There's so much to discuss. So Aaron is a good way to at least elicit some kind of maybe CSR. I'll put you. CSR is not
interacting with you. Thank you so much. It's nice to come to a public figure, and Director IT is a public figure. I think it's an honor to have you with us. I know you're interacting with the chairman very often. So you're largely based in Delhi.
Mr. Prashant Nair, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have a picture, please, together? Ma'am, please. Kabiraj. Professor Mahesh. Ma'am. Alamelu, ma'am. Alamelu, ma'am.
Nice meeting you all. No, this was
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We now come to the end of the formal session. I will request Ms. Padma Sanath, my colleague, to come and deliver the vote of thanks. Post this session, we have lined up high tea followed by visits to a couple of our key centers at IIT Madras. The visits are to the Center of Innovation at IIT Madras, which also has the students pre-incubator. Kindly please go and visit. This will be followed by a visit to carbon capture and storage demonstrator. Thank you so much, everyone. Padma?
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this remarkable gathering today, I extend heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. All right. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your invaluable presence in making today fantastic. Thank you so much. Can I have you all give a good round of applause for yourself? Thank you for coming here and participating and making this event such a grand success. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Palnivel Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services of Tamil Nadu, for gracing us with his invaluable presence today. We are honored by the presence of Professor V. Kamakoti, our Director, IIT Madras, whose visionary leadership continues to propel our institution to new heights. I also extend my gratitude to Professor Mahesh Panchagnula, Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations, whose visionary leadership is continuing to anchor all the activities that we do for alumni and corporate relations. Sincere thank you to also Kaviraj Nair, CEO of Office of Institutional Advancement, who's an anchor for us in all our activities. My greatest thanks to a lot of our faculty members here, to our students, to our alumni who are here, our trustees who continue to be so involved in all of our activities and continue to guide us. Thank you very much, Alamelu ma'am, and to our trustees who have managed to make it here today. Thank you very much. A big thank you, a big round of applause to all you corporates who have come here, who have really taken the time out and for investing with us, investing your time and energy and your effort in partnering with us. So thank you very much for being here. A big thanks to my team, to our admin, to our IT, to ICSR facility, to our marketing team. A big thank you to Vasudha Narasimhan, who's been a big pillar of support for us. A thank you to Aishwarya for her extensive untiring labor in putting this event together. Thank you to our admin, Surya and Satish and Digvijay, our CSR team as well. Thank you all. You know who you are. Praveena for helping out with the stalls. Thank you very much, Padma. And thank you, each one of you. Just a small request from our side. Please do share 1 more minute of your time on video. We have a couple of teams stationed outside. Please share your feedback of this event and your feedback of partnering with IIT Madras. All of the panelists who were here, we request our volunteers, student volunteers, to please come forward and to connect with the awardees and our current partners. We invite you to please share a few video bites and also join us for high tea right across. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. May I request all of us to rise up for the national anthem as a formal closure to today.
Janagana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you everyone. Please join us for high tea right across. And please don't forget to give us a couple of minutes video bites right outside. Our student volunteers will help you. We'd be really grateful to get your feedback. Thank you.